get in these legal fights about clearing people off the rolls because, when you move state to state or, Commonwealth to district or whatever it is, there's no, and people may think there's not a national voting list that's like, oh, this person moved from Florida to Tennessee. Now I need to make sure they can't vote in Florida. It's really up to the states to do this, and it's a really onerous thing.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how, again, it'd be interesting to figure out if it's possible how many people actually do vote twice. I assume it's not really enough to make, to make much of a difference, but it's still there and something that shouldn't happen. Mm-hmm. So we found out this Alaska man's been arrested for threatening 6 Supreme Court justices. We hear about these members of Congress, members of the Supreme Court are threatened all the time. This apparently was taken quite seriously. So, just more proof that we're in a politically violent season.
Yeah, and it's so crazy because according to the indictment, the allegations against the suspect are that they started using the Supreme Court's got a website. You can send in messages through the website. And this person allegedly began doing this in January of this year, using the Supreme Court's own website messaging portal to say, I'm going to do all kinds of things. The allegation is, torture and lynching and shooting and kidnapping and family members of justices. So this person was clearly telegraphing straight to the court, these are my intentions. So this is somebody who clearly has some problems. But you make those kinds of threats and they're going to catch up with you. And so it started in January and it occurred throughout the spring, but it really ramped up according to this indictment starting July 1st, which as soon as I saw that date, I thought, that's the day of the immunity decision. So from there, the threats really ramped up all through July. And we now have an indictment that's doesn't name the justices, but it spells out some pretty scary stuff.
Yeah. Speaking of the courts, the Supreme Court, I wonder if they'll end up deciding whether or not millions of Americans can keep using their favorite social media platform, TikTok. There was an appeals court hearing this week about the proposed TikTok ban that would kick in January if the Chinese owner doesn't sell. Just briefly remind people, what are the arguments? And do you think this will go to the Supreme Court?
I mean, it might. You know how it works. If you go up on a regular appeal, you got to have 4 justices to vote yes to put it on the calendar, which doesn't sound like a lot, but they don't take very many cases. I mean, if you're talking about 70, 80 cases out of tens of thousands of appeals that come to them every year, it's a big talker. I mean, this decision, and if you have a split in the lower courts, the circuit court that's hearing this now, that would up the odds that they would take it. But essentially, you've got people arguing on one side, listen, you're taking away my ability to make a living, my free speech. TikTok is my platform, and I have rights. Not that TikTok has rights because, if it's owned by a foreign entity, that's a totally different story. But these users are saying, this is my First Amendment expression through this platform. And so you can't take that away. The other side of the argument is like, listen, this is a foreign owned entity that does not comply with our standards regarding manipulating information, storing information on U.S. citizens, that kind of thing. And it's a threat. It's a national security threat. It is meant to cause chaos and division and disrupt our elections. So we'll see how it all works out.
Well, thanks, Shannon. Shannon Bream, host of Fox News Sunday and the Living the Bream podcast.
Thanks, Chris.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Do these 3 words make you cringe? Calcium oxalate stones. If so, then this message will be a huge relief because now there's a kidney health supplement that has shown in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. It's called Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector, and nothing else comes close to its success. In fact, it has a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Kidney Cop is so innovative, it's been awarded 5 U.S. patents, is recommended by doctors and pharmacists, and is winning rave reviews from people all over the country. You can be one of them. Kidney Cop is super affordable. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. If you cringe when you hear the words calcium oxalate and you worry about reoccurrence, then you need Kidney Cop right away. Purchase Kidney Cop today at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc. Robert is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
I am Robert Strickler. My wife Joyce and I have been married for 53 years. Certainly one of the really important things in my life are our children and our grandchildren. I am essentially a writer. I've been involved in communications. I've been an avid fly fisherman. I've been taking Prevagen for at least 8 years. For me, the greatest benefit over the years has been that Prevagen seems to help me recall things and also think more clearly, have a crisper ability to remember and think through things. And I enthusiastically recommend Prevagen. It has helped me an awful lot.
Prevagen is available in stores everywhere without a prescription. Based on a clinical study of subgroups of individuals who are cognitively normal or mildly impaired, this product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Donald Trump's back, and he's out for control.
I would have every right to go after them.
Complete control.
I will wield that power very aggressively.
And he has a plan to get it.
Detailed plans for exactly what our movement will do.
It's called Project 2025, a 922-page blueprint to make Donald Trump the most powerful president ever, overhauling the Department of Justice, giving Trump the unchecked power to seek vengeance, eliminating the Department of Education, and defunding K-12 schools, requiring the government to monitor women's pregnancies, and Trump has also proposed severe cuts to Medicare and Social Security. Those are Donald Trump's plans.
Well, revenge does take time, I will say that. And sometimes revenge can be justified.
He'll take control, we'll pay the price.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. Paid for by Harris for president.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years now. I just love my new patio doors and love the work the Chapman family team has done in my home. You know by now, if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I would only trust the Chapman team. If you're thinking of updating your front entry door, right now is the perfect time for it. For the entire month of September, Chapman is offering free hardware on a new front door, up to a $500 value. An updated front door can really change the curb appeal of your home and obviously increase the resale value. Whether you're looking for a single door, double door, or maybe a door with beautiful side lights, their experienced project consultants can help you choose that perfect new door for your home. If you or somebody you know is looking for windows, doors, siding, shutters, or hardware, give them a call. You can text 610-431-8898. You can always take an online virtual tour, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Chapman, the name I trust. Tell them Dawn sent you.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy. Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Friday, September 20th. This is the Fox News Rundown. I'm Sue Guzman. President Biden welcoming Indo-Pacific allies to his hometown today amid criticism of press access to the summit. Fox's Jared Halpern with more from the White House.
The leaders of India, Japan, and Australia are joining President Biden in Wilmington, Delaware today and tomorrow for what is likely the last Quad summit of this administration.
It was important for him to have these personal touches. It was important to him to do something something that he hadn't done before. Bring him to his home, bring him to his home city.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says President Biden will host an event at his high school alma mater, but many events of the summit are not open to the press, and no news conference is planned. The president of the White House Correspondents Association says a lack of access to the president due to a location chosen by the White House is unacceptable. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Congress will vote on a bill to enhance the protection for those running for president. Details from Fox's Ryan Schmelz.
Supporters of the bipartisan bill say it would ensure both former President Trump and Vice President Harris get the same level of Secret Service protection as the sitting president. Republican New York Congressman Mike Lawler introduced the legislation following the first assassination attempt on former President Trump and says there's a sense of urgency.
The idea that our elections would be upended by an assassin's bullet would be so catastrophic to the country.
Both the House and Senate have ongoing investigations into the July shooting. On Capitol Hill, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
A Republican candidate for governor coming under fire over past comments he made on an adult film website. Fox's Jonathan Siri has more.
Mark Robinson says he is staying in the race for North Carolina governor despite a potentially damaging report. According to CNN, Robinson, the Republican nominee for governor, quote, made a series of inflammatory comments on a pornography website's message board more than a decade ago, in which he referred to himself as a black Nazi and expressed support for reinstating slavery. CNN reports that its review of archived messages also revealed that despite his publicly conservative stance on transgender rights, in his earlier online comments, Robinson said he enjoyed watching transgender pornography and that he also referred to himself as a perv. Robinson denies making the comments.
South Carolina inmate Freddie Owens is scheduled to die by lethal injection today, but now his friend and co-defendant, Stephen Golden, whose testimony sent Owens to prison for killing a Greenville convenience store clerk, says he lied in his testimony to free himself from the death penalty. Well, Owens' lawyers filed a sworn statement from Golden to try to stop the execution. However, prosecutors say they have other witnesses who testify that Owens told them he pulled the trigger. Well, car makers and dealers alike are hopeful that lower interest rates will convince prospective buyers to get behind new vehicles. But experts say the real relief is likely down the road. Fox Business Network's Jeff Flock with more.
When it comes down to the impact on the price of a vehicle, like a Wrangler Willys model costs about $50,000. What you would save on a loan on this is in the neighborhood of $10, $15, maybe $20 a month. That's really not going to move the needle too much. The prices or the payments have just been crazy. The latest numbers, this from Edmunds, $740 now, the average car payment out there. That's compared to pre-pandemic $586.
Edmunds data finding about 6 in 10 shoppers have held off on buying vehicles because of the higher rates. Top court in Illinois with a ruling on when cars can be searched during traffic stops. Fox's Lisa Sarah has more.
The Illinois Supreme Court says the smell of burnt marijuana does not justify a search of a car without a warrant, agreeing with rulings from lower courts which threw out evidence of a small amount of the drug found during a traffic stop in Henry County in 2020. It's illegal to drive and smoke pot, but lawyers for the driver had argued the smell of it is not enough to believe a crime has occurred, especially since the state decriminalized possession in 2019. The police officer who searched the car said he did so because of the odor, the driver's evasive behavior, and Interstate 80's reputation as an east-west corridor to move drugs. Lisa Lacera, Fox News.
And Hunter Biden's sentencing for his felony gun conviction has been delayed from November 13th to December 4th. This at the request of his defense team. The president's son had been convicted in June by a federal court in Delaware, buying a gun in 2018 after lying on a federal form by saying he wasn't addicted to illegal drugs at the time. I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
With Kayal and Company. Mornings on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
WPHT this Sunday night at 10. Sterling on Sunday inspires poetry.
There's a radio host named Walter
on the radio near every damn night. You know that he never will falter, though other hosts certainly might.
Sterling on Sunday, 10 p.m. Sunday night, 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Let me tell you about my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneri, a great guy. Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, or implant dentistry, look no further. Dr. Veneri and his award-winning team, they have your whole family covered, just like mine. Dr. Veneri's office exceeds CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control with centralized UV sterilization of airflow to ensure your safety. Locations right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
Autism affects 1 in 36 children. Potential and Springtime School provides southeastern Pennsylvania families with specialized resources, delivering high-quality, personalized care from 1 to 64. Potential presents the 8th Annual Car Show for Autism on September 28th from 1 to 5 p.m. at Bucks County Community College's Newtown campus. Visit potentialinc.org to learn more. Register, sponsor, volunteer, or donate to Car Show for Autism. You will empower autistics and advocate for a future where everyone can thrive. See you there.
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, in just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell Dawn sent you.
Warning, the following ZipRecruiter radio spot you are about to hear is going to be filled with F-words.
When you're hiring, we at ZipRecruiter know you can feel frustrated, forlorn even, like your efforts are futile, and you can spend a fortune trying to find fabulous people, only to get flooded with candidates who are just fine. Fortunately, ZipRecruiter figured out how to fix all of that. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, you can forget your frustrations because we find the right people for your roles fast, which is our absolute favorite F word. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day.
Fantastic!
So, whether you need to hire 4, 40, or 400 people, get ready to meet first-rate talent. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. Don't forget, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Finally, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A record-setting day on Wall Street Thursday following the Fed's rate cut decision on Wednesday. The Dow up 522 points to close at over 42,000 for the first time ever, 29th record close of the year for the Dow. The S&P 500 up 95, closing at more than 5,700, its 39th record close of the year, and the Nasdaq up 441. Meta up 21 to close at more than 559. That's an all-time high. Nvidia up 4%. Sales of previously occupied homes down 2.5% in August, 3.86 million the total figure. That's down 4.2% year to year. The average rate on a 30-year mortgage falling just over a tenth of a point this week, now at 6.09% according to Freddie Mac, the lowest level since February of 2023. And first-time unemployment claims at their lowest level in 4 months, down 12,000 last week to 219,000. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
The same tragic scene is played out in communities across America.
The doctor comes to meet us, and he says, we can't save her.
Stephanie Vaughn lost her 16-year-old daughter, Sienna, to an overdose last year in Texas.
He said, this looks like we've had a lot of teens coming in accidentally overdosing on these fake pills. They're calling the Percocet.
As annual overdose deaths soared to more than 100,000 in recent years, there's been an explosion of pills containing fentanyl in the U.S. A study funded by the National Institute on Drug Abuse says more than 115 million pills were seized by law enforcement last year, 2,300 times greater than in 2017. In 2022, 3/4 of drug overdose deaths involved an opioid.
And I saw one boy laying completely passed out on the floor, unconscious, and then the other boy was slumped over.
Marie Rawls, a nursing student at Arizona State University, never expected to use her Narcan training so soon, getting the drug that can reverse an overdose out of her car to help at that party. That access and awareness may be part of what's now driving an unprecedented drop in overdose deaths.
Data from the CDC suggests that we're seeing anywhere from a 10 to 20% drop based on information that we currently have.
Dr. Jerome Adams was the 20th U.S. Surgeon General, now a distinguished professor at Purdue University.
Experts have predicted that it could be as high as a 30% decrease in overdose deaths. And it's a hopeful sign that efforts to address the opioid crisis are starting to yield positive results.
Now, isn't it rare for any health-related metric to show a move this big in either direction?
It's absolutely rare to see this big of a move, and I think we should look at this with some skepticism. But we also know that reporting has gotten significantly better at the state level. And we also know that we've done a lot of positive things in terms of proxy measures over the years. For instance, we've improved access to treatment and expanded harm reduction services through naloxone distribution, for instance, under both the Trump and the Biden administrations. Unfortunately, we have been facing and continue to face a significant fentanyl headwind, and that has obscured some of the efforts that have been in place for 5 to 10 years now, and I think we're just now starting to see the dividends from those investments.
So it sounds like you're saying we were, making progress on overdose deaths in general, and then fentanyl came along and really kind of threw a wrench into everything, and now we're stabilizing a little bit again. Am I hearing that right?
Exactly. This epidemic continues to evolve. It went from a prescription drug crisis to a heroin crisis where we saw hepatitis C rates and HIV outbreaks occurring. And then that shifted to a fentanyl crisis, and we saw overdose deaths skyrocket. It's why in 2018, when I was Surgeon General, I put out a call to action calling on more people to know about and be willing to carry naloxone. One thing I do want to highlight is the opioid settlement dollars that are going out into communities. Billions and billions of dollars over the last year or so have really further increased access to naloxone. So you have lower stigma because more people are talking about it. You have more resources available in terms of prevention and treatment. You have better awareness. And I think that's all coming together to help us see some stabilization of a still ongoing crisis.
Did anything change in the way that we're counting these deaths in the U.S.? Any of kind of the methodology or anything change that could contribute to the decline, looking so big on paper?
Well, one of the things that we always have to be careful about with statistics is that we're tracking trends and not points in time. And so far, this is a point in time. We want to make sure we're continuing to see the progress. But as I mentioned, it makes sense based on some of the proxies we've been looking at that we would eventually start to see a decline. One thing that we know that has improved is our monitoring at the state and local level. And it's imperative that we remain vigilant and continue to monitor overdose trends, and that we continue to support states and localities to be able to track overdoses and overdose deaths.
So if it is, in fact, a combination of factors that's helping to lead to this big decline in deaths, the assumption would be, we would need to continue to do a combination of things to keep the trend going, right? Is there anything that you think we're not doing enough of yet, not only to help prevent overdose deaths or to get people off drugs, but maybe also to keep them from getting addicted in the first place?
Well, we need to lean into prevention. And again, this epidemic continues to evolve. The Office of National Drug Control Policy has highlighted that many young people are using counterfeit pills, particularly at the college level, and that 60+% of these counterfeit pills that people think are Vicodin or ecstasy or stimulants like Adderall actually have fentanyl in them. So public awareness campaigns are going to be vital in educating the communities about the continued and evolving risks of substance misuse. That's number one. Number two, we need to continue to blanket our communities with Narcan or naloxone, and we need improved tools like Opv or nasal nalmefene, which is specifically designed to respond to a fentanyl overdose. Fentanyl is 50 to 100 times more potent than heroin, which is part of the reason we saw overdose deaths spike. And then number three, we need to create recovery-friendly communities so that when we do resuscitate people, when we do get them into treatment, and when they do seek recovery, that they can get a job, that they can actually meaningfully be reintegrated back into society. Many people know the story of my own brother, who's in prison right now due to crimes he committed to support his addiction. We continue to see people like him in a revolving door, because even if we revive them, even if we get them into 30 days of treatment, there's not a recovery-friendly community out there for them to go into.
The Premier of British Columbia up in Canada recently announced that they're going to be able to force severely addicted and mentally ill people into care involuntarily. Is that a bridge too far, do you think? Is that something that could end up happening in America, in communities that are having a difficult enough time dealing with not only the opioid epidemic, but also street violence as a result of it?
Well, forcing people into care of any kind, violating their medical autonomy, is always a slippery slope, and we have to be very cautious about how we approach such endeavors. But I will also say that, to be fair to folks who are looking at these types of interventions, if someone has a severe mental illness, we look at them and we ask, are they a danger to themselves or to others? And if they are, we can compel care. Well, substance use disorder, severe substance use disorder, can present a continued and severe danger and threat to individuals, but also to the people who are around them if they're engaging in criminal behavior to support their addiction. So I do see scenarios where it would be appropriate under the mental health model to compel people to get care. But we have to be very cautious anytime we're taking away folks' autonomy and forcing them into treatment. And also, we know that if people aren't willingly going into treatment, then in many cases, it's not going to stick long term. So there's also the practical behavioral side of trying to meet people where they are. And really, I think we should be focused on trying to make sure when people actually want treatment, they can get it. Shocking statistics: folks who overdose and die. About half of those individuals are on waiting lists for treatment when they actually overdose and die. And so we need to make sure, first of all, that people who want treatment can get it.
Overdose deaths right now are still much higher than they were in 2019, for instance, before the pandemic. Can you put that in perspective for us and give us the big picture again of just how hopeful the latest numbers are now on overdose deaths and how we can keep the trend going?
Well, the recent decline in overdose deaths is a very hopeful sign. It's a point in time, but it's one that we want to lean into to make sure we can turn it into a trend after years and years of increases in overdose deaths, getting to the point where we had a person dying of a overdose every 6 to 7 minutes in this country, a leading cause of death in this country. But as you mentioned, we still are above levels that were pre-pandemic. This was the epidemic, the pandemic before COVID, and it's why I leaned into the issue as Surgeon General of the United States. So we need to continue to make sure we've got a policy environment that is supportive of addressing this epidemic. We need a comprehensive approach that includes mental health support, community education, and addressing these social determinants of health. We need continued public awareness campaigns, and we need to make sure our health departments and officials are remaining vigilant and continuing to monitor these overdose trends so that we can make sure we see a continued decrease and that this isn't just a one-time blip that we're celebrating and spiking the ball too early on.
Dr. Jerome Adams, former Surgeon General, now distinguished professor at Purdue University. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Do these 3 words make you cringe? Calcium oxalate stones. If so, then this message will be a huge relief, because now there's a kidney health supplement that has shown in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. It's called Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector, and nothing else comes close to its success. In fact, it has a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Kidney Cop is so innovative, it's been awarded 5 U.S. patents, is recommended by doctors and pharmacists, and is winning rave reviews from people all over the country. You can be one of them. Kidney Cop is super affordable. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. If you cringe when you hear the words calcium oxalate and you worry about reoccurrence, then you need Kidney Cop right away. Purchase Kidney Cop today at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc. Barbara is a real Prevagen user, and this is her story.
I'm Barbara, and I'm from St. Joseph, Michigan. I'm a retired school librarian. I'm also a library board trustee, a mother of 2, and a grandmother of 2. I like to be healthy. I exercise a lot. I eat in a very healthy manner. I was working full-time, taking care of an ailing husband full-time. In short, I had an awful lot on my plate. Basically, I thought that my memory wasn't as good as it had been. I needed all the help I could get. I saw the commercials for Prevagen. I started taking it, and it helped. I noticed my memory was better. There was definite improvement. I take a supplement for my heart. Why not one for my brain? I've been taking Prevagen for a little over 5 years.
in debt.
I had over $36,000 in debt.
If I would have just made the minimum payments, it would have taken me 59 years to pay off.
Whether it's credit card, medical, or personal loan debt, National Debt Relief can help significantly reduce what you owe. In fact, debt relief payments can be 50% less than your monthly credit card payments. That's right, half as much as you're paying now.
National Debt Relief reduced my debt by over $27,000.
With National Debt Relief, you have a powerful team that knows how to talk to your creditors.
National Debt Relief, they got me out of debt.
More than 550,000 Americans have used National Debt Relief to reduce their debt. Call 800-649-6464 to see if you qualify to settle your debt for a fraction of what you owe. 800-649-6464. That's 800-649-6464.
Join Big Five coaches Fran Dunphy, Steve Donahue, Adam Fisher, Billy Lang, Kyle Neptune, and Zach Spiker for the American Cancer Society Coaches vs. Cancer 28th Annual Jim Maloney Golf Classic, Monday, September 23rd at Huntington Valley Country Club, as they honor the late Temple assistant coach Jim Maloney and drive out cancer. It's the Coaches vs. Cancer Golf Classic, Monday, September 23rd at Huntington Valley Country Club. To golf and hang with Philly basketball legends, go to phillycvc.org. That's phillycvc.org.
The Cubs make their way to South Philly on Monday, September 23rd and Tuesday, September 24th, both at 6:40, and Wednesday, September 25th at 6:05. Join the action and snag your seats today at Phillies.com. The New Era Phillies team store never goes out of style. Shop our expansive collection of hats, jerseys, and other Phil's apparel today. Shipping is also available. Visit Phillies.com/New Era for store hours.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Vice President Kamala Harris taking part in a Unite for America campaign event with Oprah Winfrey as Harris took aim at her opponent, Donald Trump.
He plans on doing what I call a Trump sales tax, which is basically he's going to put a 20% tax on everyday necessities.
Former President Trump speaking at about fighting anti-Semitism at an America event in Washington, D.C. He predicts he will win the White House.
47 days from now, we're going to defeat Kamala Harris. You have to defeat Kamala Harris. More than any other people on earth, Israel, I believe, has to defeat her.
A leader of Hezbollah vowing to retaliate for this week's deadly attacks on communications devices. Hassan Nasrallah says that the attacks crossed all red lines. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Dodgers superstar Shohei Ohtani put on a show Thursday in Miami. Ohtani became the first player in Major League Baseball history to have 50 home runs and 50 steals in a season, and he accomplished the feat in epic fashion. After stealing 2 bases in the first 2 innings, Ohtani launched his 50th home run of the year in the 7th to create the 50-50 club. But Ohtani wasn't finished, hitting his 51st home run in the 9th inning as the Marlins brought in a position player to pitch. Ohtani finished 6 for 6 at the plate with 2 doubles, 2 stolen bases, 3 home runs, and 10 RBIs, becoming the first player in MLB history to have 3 homers and 2 steals in a game. That's sports. On the Fox News Rundown, I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
So I want to start with Florida State here, okay? Just the ultimate insult to Mike Norvell. Mike Norvell left Memphis to go to Florida State. And then his school pays Memphis $1.7 million to come to Tallahassee and win and beat Florida State. They're 0-3. And I look at Florida State's schedule, I don't see many wins left. They got Cal at home. They go to SMU, Clemson at home, bye week, at Duke, at Miami, North Carolina at home, at Notre Dame, Charleston Southern, and then Florida. It's not a crazy reaction to say they might win 1 game all year, Charleston Southern. They could also go 0-12 and lose to Charleston Southern. That's damning for the Florida State program. Florida State, since Bobby Bowden's first year as the head coach, has started 0-3 only twice. You know who the head coach was both times that happened? The guy in Tallahassee right now, Mike Norvell.
I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
No one is happy to discover that the air conditioner is broken, and it always breaks on the hottest day of the summer in the middle of the night. That's why so many homeowners have Oliver's Peace of Mind membership. For as little as $13 a month, Oliver maintains your home's cooling, heating, plumbing, and electrical systems all year long. Membership also includes annual inspections, exclusive discounts on repairs and replacements, and priority emergency service. Call Oliver today or visit us online at oliverheatcool.com.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J. Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United at a special time. This Saturday, September 21st at noon. Find out the latest about important issues affecting you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday at noon on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Join us to conquer childhood cancer on Sunday, September 29th for Children's Hospital of Philadelphia's Parkway Run and Walk, presented by Citadel Credit Union. All funds raised support CHOPS Cancer Center. Learn more and register today at parkway.chop.edu.
I'd rather ride a bike with my kids.
Faster! I'd rather play catch with my dog than catch pneumococcal pneumonia.
Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20 pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. If you are 19 or older with certain chronic conditions like heart disease or asthma, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I'd rather race for some ice cream. Let's go!
Schedule your vaccination today at Prevnar20.com.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real-person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, over 3 million people called Morgan & Morgan in their time of need. And with over 1 million of those calls coming from previous clients, friends, and family.
My name is Jason Williams. It was a rainy day, and I'd gotten hit from behind by a lady that was doing somewhere over 100 miles an hour is what they were saying. I've never dealt with anything like this before. Everybody that I talked to kept saying the same name, which was Morgan & Morgan. I was on hold for maybe 15 seconds. When they come back and said, Jason, we will absolutely take your case. As a non-tech savvy guy, any question that I had, if I called, text, or emailed, they got right back to me. They made it as easy for me as it could have been.
Thank you for trusting us. We've become the largest injury firm in the world because we've won a lot. The word is out. Size matters. Reputation matters. We're America's largest injury law firm for a reason. With over 900 dedicated attorneys and climbing, we're ready wherever you are, whatever you need. The choice is easy. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76ers.
Warning, the following ZipRecruiter radio spot you are about to hear is going to be filled with F-words.
When you're hiring, we at ZipRecruiter know you can feel frustrated, forlorn even, like your efforts are futile, and you can spend a fortune trying to find fabulous people, only to get flooded with candidates who are just fine.
Not fun.
Fortunately, ZipRecruiter figured out how to fix all of that. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, you can forget your frustrations because we find the right people for your roles fast, which is our absolute favorite F word. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day.
Fantastic.
So, whether you need to hire 4, 40, or 400 people, get ready to meet first-rate talent. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. Don't forget, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Finally, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Find everything you need to know about the Phils in one place at Phillies.com. From team news, highlights, and more, there's no better place to get your fill of the Phils than Phillies.com. Be first in line to secure a 2025 Phillies season ticket package before the public on sale with a deposit. Get benefits such as price savings, great seat locations, and more. Reserve yours at Phillies.com/season deposits.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212. Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Friday, September 20th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210 is the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT, I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. Our buddy Sean Farish, live from Nashville at 8:30 this morning. And do we have an absolutely jam-packed show, as we have so many good things to get into over the course of the next 4 hours. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Friday.
Friday. We made it, Gregory.
Friday.
Wow. Shades of Mad Dog Russo there for a second. Oh, my.
Yeah, buddy.
Woo!
Hopefully, be careful if you're going down, or if you're coming down 76 West. Thank you, Dawn. Down by the City Ave exit. There's an overturned dump truck.
A mess.
All 3 lanes are blocked. So, wow.
Look at the traffic cam. My sympathies if that's you.
Yeah.
Oof.
76 West City Avenue. That's by the old stations back in the day.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah. There's still a dump truck over in that area I hear these days. But that's a different story for a different day. We've got a good big take this morning on the border. A major bombshell, actually, yesterday from the former chief of Border Patrol. That'll be the big take this morning. We've got shenanigans now in not one, but 2 counties in Pennsylvania when it pertains to early voting, mail-in ballots, ballot boxes, drop boxes, and things that reportedly, allegedly are going out earlier than they're supposed to. We'll get to that. Kamala Harris last night sat down with Oprah Winfrey.
Uh-oh.
She word salad her way through the entire interview, and my sources have told me that is, in fact, the closest Oprah has ever gotten to a salad.
Stop.
Sorry.
Stop.
Bad joke. Jimmy Fallon sent me that one last night. He said, here, try this at 6:03. Damn you, Jimmy. All right, we got a lot of good things to get to, though. Cut sheet will be loaded at 7:45. Farish at 8:30. Your voicemails at 9:45. Before then, let's get to the news. Round number 1 at 6:03. The great Dawn Stenslin.
And good morning. This Friday morning, Kayal and Company News Live, sponsored by Indeed. This Friday morning, September 20th, we're in for some beautiful weekend weather. 65 degrees. Yes, as Greg mentioned, you want to avoid. This is luckily not going inbound to the city. This is westbound, but an accident has just happened. Traffic cam showing that it's a hot mess on the Schuylkill westbound, right around City Avenue. So we do have a vigil tonight for a 13-year-old girl, the youngest victim to be shot to death in Philadelphia this year. The victim identified as Elisa Smith. Her family speaking out, saying she was an honor student at a local charter school who wanted to become a nurse someday. Cheerleader who loved going to football games And her mom said she was also a very good student who kept her head in the books. So police still investigating this one. We don't have a firearm. We don't have the suspects. No ballistics. The shooting death that happened in a home that I told you about this week in the 2800 block of North Bailey Street, North Philadelphia. Officers called to the scene, finding the girl suffering from a gunshot wound to her chest, not wasting a second, rushing her to the hospital. But doctors there could not save her life. Her charter school, Wissahickon Charter School, confirming that Smith was an 8th grade student at their Fern Hill campus and releasing a statement how heartbroken they are that Alicia Smith, the victim of tragic violence in North Philadelphia, they confirm was an 8th grader, and just talk about how they had known her since she was a kindergartner and made an impression on everyone she met.
13 years old, had it
13.
figured out, knew that she
Yeah.
wanted to achieve the American dream, be a nurse, great student apparently, according to what you said, cheerleader, and senseless tragedy.
So, are they thinking it was an accidental shooting?
That's what the police, the way that they're wording this, and I think that they're trying to give because there were 2 to 3 boys seen running away.
Oh boy!
And so I think that what's going on here is the police are trying to give somebody an opportunity to say, hey, if this was an accident with kids playing with guns or whatever happened, come forward. And that's because you're not hearing much about, the suspects or what happened here. And so I think they're looking at surveillance, all the Ring doorbells in the area, that sort of thing, looking at surveillance, but they're not giving us much more than that as far as that this was some kind of a killer who targeted her. We're not hearing that kind of language, that she was purposely gunned down. Nobody's saying that. So she was shot to death. That's true. But was this kids playing with firearms in this house?
Yeah.
And so come forward.
They got scared and ran.
Got scared, run away.
Did they recover a gun or anything?
No.
Wow.
That's just it. They don't have the firearm. They don't have anything more than that.
Interesting.
So they're continuing to work in the community, and I think they'll come up. My sense of this, to your point, Greg, reading between the lines and from what the police are, releasing as they talk to local media, is that they're on the trail of these underage. These were all juveniles. These were all like 8th grade kids.
Right.
So somebody comes over to the friend's house, and they're playing with a gun. That's what it looks like here. Okay. But we don't know.
Yep.
So as it goes on, though, obviously if someone with their parents turned themselves in, then it looks differently. But as this goes on, then you kind of lose that window of saying, oh, sorry, it was an accident.
Yep.
Speaking of young children, this is a follow-up, and this story made international news. Remember the story of the mom with 2 young daughters, African-American, in Bucks County, Sesame Place, who had said that the character Rosita had snubbed her children.
Yes.
As they were at the parade.
Yes.
So we have a verdict. So this jury has found that Sesame Place in Bucks County is not liable. This is years after this incident that, again, made national news, international news, held news conferences. So the case included claims of discrimination against children, that they felt ignored by the costumed performers. And there were multiple cases, but this is the Bucks County case.
Uh-huh.
So the jury unanimously voted no to the questions asked if Sesame Place, as well as its parents' companies, SeaWorld Parks and Entertainment, were liable. And they've released a statement saying they're very pleased with the verdict, the jury's verdict. They've thanked the jury for their service and attention, and they say that the facts presented demonstrate that they treat their guests equally.
Could you imagine being triggered or offended by Bert and Ernie or Oscar the Grouch not paying attention to you and then taking it to court? I mean, do we need to waste our tax dollars in the public court system on stuff like this?
Well, you guys remember this, right? Like Jesse Jackson got involved in this whole thing.
This?
Once he got involved, I was like, well, this
the loser.
The Sesame Place is screwed up. Obviously not.
No,
that's good.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, think about that.
Justice was done. Thank you.
So, and that's essentially the statement they've released. And the park said they did review their practices, their mandatory training for all employees, and they deliver an equitable, inclusive experience to all guests.
Yeah.
Peter M. on the YouTube chat says, thank God this case was not in New York City or D.C.
They would have thrown the book at this.
Yeah, it's true. It's absolutely true.
Alvin Bragg would have sunk his teeth into this.
I was going to say, where were all the race hustlers?
Yeah. Is Jamel Hill going to pen a 2,000-word column on this for The Atlantic?
I'm sure the courts are racist now, right?
Yes.
Siding with Sesame Place.
Systemically rigged. Yep.
Rosita is not guilty.
What they should actually sue Sesame
I don't even know who the hell Rosita is, by the way.
She's like the turquoise. She's the Hispanic character.
That must be a new addition. It
Like
wasn't
a
that
turquoise.
they were not on the set. Was she on the Sesame Street group in the 80s and 90s when I was watching
No.
Sesame Street?
No.
Okay, that's why I have no recollection of her.
She's been around.
By the way, if Sesame Place is sued for this, then it would be fine. The fact that they are, the fact that their prices are outrageous. That's what they should actually be sued for.
Yeah, right.
I'm just kidding. I don't
I'll
really
take
think
you
they should be
to
sued for that.
in Atlantic City. Marty Small Sr., the mayor there, as well as his wife, Laquetta Small, the superintendent of schools, they have been indicted on charges of endangering the welfare of their teenage daughter. This from the Atlantic County Prosecutor's Office. So Marty Small, who's the mayor, charged with third-degree terroristic threats, third-degree aggravated assault. So they've denied this and said this is a family situation, a big misunderstanding. Some of the stories are quite disturbing, if true, but the charges stem from allegations that the defendants physically and emotionally abused their then 15-year-old daughter, that according to the prosecutor. At one point, they claim that the mayor actually struck his daughter in the head with a broom, causing her to lose consciousness. Another one involved him punching his daughter repeatedly in her legs, leaving her bruised. So these are serious allegations. They, again, deny these allegations, so we'll continue to follow that one as well. As there's so much news happening today, we'll get to all of it, but I do want to give you a headline from our Philadelphia Phillies. We lost to the Mets 10-6. What the heck? And tonight we play Game 2 in New York tonight, 7:10 p.m. Not good.
Taiwan Walker, when are they going to stop bringing him out?
Oh, does he still get trotted out every 5 days?
I mean,
that's stiff.
He pitched last night at 4 home runs against him. Yeah. Like, it's just, and Rob Thompson was asked about it. And he was
So I got a lot of games in a row.
Yeah. I don't want to tire out my bullpen.
Yeah.
Like, what?
Yeah,
What?
Topper's a little soft on people. Don't you think so? He's a little too player friendly, in my opinion. I miss the days of Boa.
By the way, didn't I say Saturday? Saturday they were gonna.
Yeah, you did.
The magic number.
Yeah.
Are you right again?
Well, they're
psychic.
They're 4 games from clinching the division. They're obviously not going to do that this weekend.
Yeah.
But I said that they just need to win one more game to get a playoff berth.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be Saturday.
And the Eagles are 4 quarters away on Sunday from losing to the Saints and having this city melt down and call for Sirianni's head.
Why would you even say that?
It's going to happen. I'm telling you. I could feel it building.
So at 9:52ish tonight or today, we'll give our picks.
Yes, sir.
All right. Is everybody going to be ready?
I am
for their
ready.
picks? All
I've
right.
been ready all week.
Geez. As we give our fills and our weather, our fill score and our weather, we are sponsored by Indeed this morning. And Indeed, it's going to be a beautiful Friday. 84 degrees today. What?
So bad. That joke is so bad.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
No, it's better than my word salad Oprah.
It's
joke.
early.
No, that was a funny joke. Everybody, 6:13. We have 2 comedians in the house. It's great.
Dawn and I trying to channel our inner Gutfeldenfehler today.
Well, listen, we have a beautiful weekend in store, a lot of sunshine, 66 degrees right now. But if you need to hire, you need Indeed. Their all-in-one platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. And Indeed's interview tool lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from their website. Visit Indeed.com/credit. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:13 Friday morning. Let's get to the last big take of the week.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And it's brought to you by the Piazza Auto Group Broad Border Bombshell. You know, if Donald Trump is to win the 2024 election, I have said it and I'll say it again, he needs to hammer home 3 things: economy, border, and war. Economy, border, and war. Economy, border, and war. Don't care if it's redundant. It's that simple because Bidenomics isn't working. The southern border is a crisis. And American soldiers, despite Kamala Harris's lies and ABC News and their failure to fact-check her at debate, are in fact abroad in conflict to the tune of approximately 3,500 troops. But yesterday on Capitol Hill, a stunning admission was made as a whistleblower dropped a bombshell border revelation. Aaron Heitke is the former chief Border Patrol agent, and he claims that he was ordered by the Biden-Harris administration to stand down and cover up the border crisis. Listen and watch this.
In San Diego, we had an exponential increase in significant interest aliens. These are aliens with significant ties to terrorism. Prior to this administration, the San Diego sector averaged 10 to 15 SIA arrests per year. Once word was out the border was far easier to cross, San Diego went to over 100 SIAs in 2022, well over that in 2023, and even more than that registered this year. These are only the ones we caught. At the time, I was told I could not release any information on this increase in SIAs or mention any of the arrests. The administration was trying to convince the public there was no threat at the border. Fentanyl is another issue. The San Diego area sees between 80 and 90% of the methamphetamine and fentanyl seizures annually for our entire country. With little enforcement at the border, these drugs were coming through en masse. During my last year in San Diego, the price for a single pill of fentanyl, for example, went from $10 to 25 cents. To make matters worse, during 2022 and 23, I had to shut down San Diego traffic checkpoints, which are critical for drug interdiction, because the resources had been diverted to the process and release mission. The large numbers also had and still have a negative impact on the San Diego community. I had to release illegal aliens by the hundreds each day into communities who could not support them. To quiet the problem, 2 flights a week were provided from San Diego to Texas. These flights simply brought aliens that would have been released in San Diego over to Texas. Each flight cost approximately $150,000. This was the administration's way to try and quiet the border-wide crisis.
Terrorists, rapists, murderers, assaults, drugs, women, children. Kamala Harris was dubbed the border czar. Her task was to find the root cause and fix it. Alejandro Mayorkas is the head of the Department of Homeland Security. Under these two puppets, countless American lives have been snuffed out. If the Clintons and the Bushes are war criminals, what does this make Biden, Harris, and Mayorkas? Domestic terrorists? Certainly with blood on their hands. And why was this permitted? Because it's about replacing you, replenishing voter rolls, finding cheaper employment, and lower wages. This isn't about no human is illegal. This isn't about illegal aliens being deemed a racist term. This isn't about hate has no home here. This is a methodical, calculated, well-orchestrated effort by the establishment to achieve a goal in this country. And honestly, when we talk about the border and illegal immigration, the hypocrisy is astounding. Let's do a compare and contrast of Donald Trump on illegal immigration, and then we will give you Bill Clinton on the same subject with almost the same verbiage 25, 30 years before. Here is Trump in Arizona at the border just about a month ago. Listen and watch.
The choice is simple. Kamala's mass amnesty of criminals or President Trump's mass deportation of criminals. I think that's pretty easy. In addition to all of the other things, there are many other things that are equally as bad but not as obvious. With your vote, we will seal the border, stop the invasion, and launch the largest deportation effort in American history.
Donald Trump says that, and the Democrats and the media say that's racist and that is inhumane. They've been saying the same thing about that subject for 8 years when Trump talks about it. The border, the wall, that's really what you think of first and foremost when you think about Trump, right? That's kind of his objective politically, on top of obviously the economy and no wars. But here was Bill Clinton in 1996 on the same exact subject. Listen and watch.
All Americans, not only in the states most heavily affected, but in every place in this country, are rightly disturbed by the large numbers of illegal aliens entering our country. The jobs they hold might otherwise be held by citizens or legal immigrants. the public service they use impose burdens on our taxpayers. That's why our administration has moved aggressively to secure our borders more, by hiring a record number of new border guards, by deporting twice as many criminal aliens as ever before, by cracking down on illegal hiring, by barring welfare benefits to illegal aliens. In the budget I will present to you, we will try to do more to speed the deportation of illegal aliens who are arrested for crimes, to better identify illegal aliens in the workplace as recommended by the commission headed by former Congresswoman Barbara Jordan. We are a nation of immigrants, but we are also a nation of laws. It is wrong and ultimately self-defeating for a nation of immigrants to permit the kind of abuse of our immigration laws we have seen in recent years, and we must do more to stop it.
So if that exact speech came out of the words of Donald Trump's mouth, how would the media react? We know how they would react. And if you recall that speech from 1996, do you remember how the media acted? No, crickets, right? Or maybe a quiet golf clap. Hey, Bill, keep it up, buddy. Doing a great job. And let's get to Kamala Harris. You created this mess. What say you? Listen and watch.
And now they have pledged to carry out the largest deportation, a mass deportation in American history. Imagine what that would look like and what that would be.
I have imagined what that would look like, Madam Harris. In fact, I think it would be glorious. It would be long overdue. It would be justified. It would be celebrated 30 years ago. But those visuals in my head, they're just hypotheticals. I deal in reality and facts. We've all seen the visuals and we all know what it looks like. Trump had it under control. Even Obama had it under control. But you and Joe have failed the country. The Democrat Party has failed America, and we have the receipts yet again. You'll see the graphic here on YouTube. Phil, please post this picture of a vote that just went down. 158 of the 209 House Democrats voted against deporting illegal aliens that commit sex crimes and domestic violence. These 158 House Democrats voted against common sense. These 158 House Democrats voted against your safety, and we all deserve better. Remember this. Those are the words, not of yours truly, but of House Republican Byron Donalds of Florida. You shouldn't be here in the first place. You rape a woman, and you get to stay? So says 75% of Democrats in the House of Representatives. Who the hell elected these morons? But we know who can vote these people out. It's you, this fall. Say it with me. Economy, border, and wars. Economy, border, and wars. And with respect to the border, it's time to vote out the people who draw a salary from your tax dollars, who in return are responsible for the failure to protect you from threats foreign and domestic. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And it is brought to you by the Piazza Auto Group. The all-electric, all-adventure SUV from Piazza Honda has arrived. Get financing as low as 0.9% for 60 months on the all-new 2024 Honda Prologue. Visit Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield today. 855-839-1210. We'll get some thoughts on the border and the big admission from yesterday, as well as locally here. What's going on in Montgomery County when it pertains to mail-in ballots? Very interesting claim that has come out. We'll dissect that when we come back. It's Kayal and Company on a Friday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, to storage solutions, they get the job done and fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have trusted for decades, Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation, kitchenmagic.com, and cook up something extraordinary. kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
I'm here for PJ Fitzpatrick. Have you been dreaming of a new shower to replace your slippery old tub? PJ Fitzpatrick can install a low-threshold or low-entry fully customized jacuzzi shower system in just one day. It is surprisingly affordable and comes with a lifetime guarantee. Trust me, a happy bath makes for a happy life. Better yet, trust PJ. Visit trustpj.com to set up a free design consultation and take advantage of the fall promotions. That's trustpj.com. Trustpj.com.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are the top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
Fall into incredible savings now at National Appliance Warehouse. Purchase a qualifying Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliance package and choose 3 years of additional warranty or a rebate up to $2,500. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Have you heard all the talk about fresh pet food? Well, at Dogs and Cats Rule, when it comes to fresh, healthy ingredients, we lead the way. Hi, I'm George Parenti, and I'm here to tell you there's nothing better nutrition-wise than fresh food for your pet. Stop in to one of our 7 neighborhood locations and ask our expert staff how a real, fresh, meat-based diet can change your pet's overall health and well-being. Shop online at dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Small business owners, we know finishing your to-do list can feel like climbing a mountain, but that mountain is also covered in banana peels. Then when something new gets added to your list, you're like, nope, I'm already climbing this huge super slippery banana peel mountain of a to-do list. At Progressive, we don't want to make your day any harder. That's why we make it easy to manage your policy on our mobile app, so climbing that banana peel mountain feels more like a leisurely stroll. See if you can save on commercial auto insurance in as little as 7 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Coverage subject to policy terms and conditions.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them.
With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise.
No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures.
It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Donald Trump's back, and he's out for control.
I would have every right to go after them.
Complete control.
I will wield that power very aggressively.
And he has a plan to get it.
Detailed plans for exactly what our movement will do.
It's called Project 2025, a 922-page blueprint to make Donald Trump the most powerful president ever. Overhauling the Department of Justice, giving Trump the unchecked power to seek vengeance, eliminating the Department of Education, and defunding K-12 schools, requiring the government to monitor women's pregnancies, and Trump has also proposed severe cuts to Medicare and Social Security. Those are Donald Trump's plans.
Well, revenge does take time, I will say that. And sometimes revenge can be justified.
He'll take control, we'll pay the price.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. Paid for by Harris for President.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we are having 2 fabulous back-to-school specials. The 2024 S60 front-wheel drive sedan and the exciting electric C40 each can be leased for 36 months for $369. Do-it inception would be a down payment and taxes and registration fees. But in New Jersey, this C40 has no tax. The $369 is an incredible payment on each of these Cherry Hill Volvos. Visit Cherry Hill Volvo. Our team would be honored to partner with you.
Listen this Saturday as Penn State battles Kent State. Coverage starts at 3 p.m. on the home of Penn State football. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Calling on Levittown. Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
My work and my career has always been about saying, let's fix problems. Let's address the needs, because we know it's within our capacity to do that.
So to answer Justin's question, now that that bill has gone and hasn't passed, will you reintroduce that?
Absolutely, and when I am elected President of the United States, I will make sure that bill gets to my desk.
That was Kamala Harris after taking a question last night on the Oprah Winfrey, I don't know what you want to call that, town hall interview, live audience, where one individual asked the Veep about fixing the border. And, of course, she word saladed it. She didn't answer it. And then Oprah had to step in and provide the follow-up. Oprah actually did more follow-ups and work last night than David Moore and Lindsay Davis last week. As we welcome you back in, Kayal and Company, here on a Friday morning, Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210, the phone number. I was really busy yesterday, all sorts of running around, errands. I felt like Dawn Stenzel, and all I needed was a minivan, and I would have felt like I was living Dawn's life yesterday. No nap.
Piazza minivan.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't get a nap. I had to do all these different little knickknacks and all these little, go to this place, drop this off, pick that up. And then I see this clip that Stalker sends me with this border commentary on Capitol Hill yesterday. And, you know, I mean, it's basically a major bombshell, and I hate using that because that's what like all the grifters do on Twitter. All they do is say everything's a major bombshell when it's not. But this just goes to show you, I believe personally, again, the cover-up that was going on. And we talked about it. We've shown you the video clips and the cut sheet of these flights in the middle of the night when it's dark, and you've got people at like Logan International Airport in Boston just laying around in lobbies, illegal immigrants here getting shipped from A to B, and the Biden operation and the administration with this clandestine, you know, Tom Clancy type approach to ship people around all over the country. And I was thinking about all of these cover-ups, right? Specifically with the border here, Dawn. Then we have the cover-up of Joe's health, right? From the Democrats, from Kamala, from the mainstream media. We heard in March and April in May that Joe, this is the best version of Joe we've ever seen. He's the life of the party. And then on the economy, think about all the cover-ups. We put out jobs reports, right? And then it's, oh, you know what? We got to walk that back. Those jobs don't exist, or those jobs are bounce back jobs, or those jobs are part-time jobs. This administration, Dawn, they cover everything up from the economy to the border to the health and well-being of their own leaders of their party. I would argue the least transparent, least visible, least vocal administration in my lifetime. And I'm glad that they're getting outed for this by a former Border Patrol chief.
Yeah, they deserve it. And it's got to be, you know, you think about the defund the police movement, and that's part of, you know, Border Patrol. Is that they have, the last time I looked, I think they had more than 2,000 openings. And this is part of it. And it goes back to, remember when, you know, they said that they whipped them because you're riding horses, not English style, but Western style. And that's how you ride horses. You go back and forth. So the allegation was, oh, look at, they're whipping with the horse reins, the poor, you know, immigrants who were coming. No, they weren't. So I would imagine if you're in that job, which is a tough job, and oftentimes you yourself, a lot of the people there are Hispanic Americans.
Yep.
Who deeply are heartbroken over this issue and see, you know, especially the kids coming over and the unaccounted for kids.
Sure.
So I would imagine, I'm surprised more people don't come out and as whistleblowers and talk about the real story, that it's a humanitarian crisis.
I agree. And I think people are really fed up with it. And again, I tend to believe a lot of these, if not all of these whistleblowers, because again, I don't think have anything to gain personally from it. It could be career suicide. It could result in, you know, their physical safety and well-being being influenced or impacted. And when they come forward, whether they publicly do it or they do it, you know, under conditions of anonymity to the media or via subpoena or whatever it might be, me, I tend to believe them because, again, it's not like they're doing it for a book tour to make a quick buck or anything like that. So, and again, when you see this level of ineptitude at the border, it has to be by design. You can't sit here and say, well, we're doing everything we can. It's just a broken system. No, it's obviously they're omitting it and they're just allowing this to happen. And then they try to cover up their tracks and they're getting called out for it, rightfully so. I got this text. So Montgomery County, right? I live in Montgomery County, and I live in Bluebell. And yesterday, I got an email saying I need to update my mailing address since I moved, and the girls and the wife came up here, and we have a different place now. So I have to update my registration with my address. My voting location on Election Day did not change, but I got the email from Montgomery County yesterday, and I did that. And then I woke up this morning to a text.
Get up, Harry!
From Harry. We'll just call him Harry, not the Harry in New York.
Let's go, Harry!
But a different Harry. And this is very fascinating because I think this impacts a lot of us in this listening audience, and we've got people all over different counties, but I specifically am in Montgomery County. Dawn, I know you drive through Montgomery County a lot. And this is, I think, something that needs to be called out because we just played you, this was maybe Wednesday on the cut sheet of a local news station in Luzerne County that was calling out and caught on video a lady that was trying to drop off 4 mail-in ballots at the ballot box, which we know you can't do unless you have justified, verified cause to do so. So now it appears that it's going on in Montgomery County to a different tune, as the RNC sent a letter to Montgomery County demanding that it cease distributing mail ballots, claiming that they have not undergone the required logic and accuracy testing. The letter, which was sent on Wednesday but announced by the RNC yesterday, claims that mail voting began in the county on Tuesday, quote, without statutorily required logic and accuracy testing. Both state law and the Secretary of State require the testing, according to the letter. As a result, the RNC demands that Montgomery County election officials immediately cease the distribution of all mail and absentee ballots until the satisfactory completion of all mandated testing, end quote. They go on to say the following, quote, any and all mail and absentee ballots distributed thus far must be immediately segregated upon return so that arrangements can be made to count these ballots by hand. The letter continues, quote, Pennsylvania voters deserve to know why these ballots were distributed without testing and be assured Montgomery County is counting them properly. That is from the chairman of the RNC, Michael Watley, who said that in a statement saying, quote, this is an unacceptable breach of election integrity and all legal options are on the table. The letter concludes that the RNC will pursue legal action if the county doesn't remedy the situation. So I shared this on Twitter before the show started, and I copied in Linda Kearns. Linda Kearns responded, and Linda Kearns also has penned a letter from her law office to the county. And I want to read this to you because this is great work by Linda, protectthevote.com. She says the following, Dear Commissioners and Director of Elections Dean, as the Republican National Committee Pennsylvania Election Integrity Council, I write concerning the commencement of mail and absentee ballot voting in Montgomery County yesterday without statutorily required logic and accuracy testing pursuant to blah, 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 all the letters and the numbers. I'm not going to bore you with that. It's in defiance of the March 7th, 2024 directive on logic and accuracy testing from the Pennsylvania Secretary of State, including the notice requirements. She goes on to write a little bit more. It's about 2 pages long. I look forward to confirmation that Montgomery County election officials will immediately comply with the requested relief of cessation of voting prior to this completed testing. She goes on to say, we will pursue all legal remedies available if your office does not act immediately to protect the integrity of the election. Very truly yours, Linda Kern. If we can get that actual letter posted on social media, I'll find a way to put it up on my Twitter feed. But Don, we just talked about this 2 days ago. So we've got shenanigans with a lady just dropping off 4 ballots in Luzerne County. We've got this going on in Montgomery County. Oh, by the way, the most important state in the entire electoral process with 19 electoral college votes hanging in the balance. And it's September 20th, and you know what the response is going to be. And I can't blame anybody. If anybody wants to say it doesn't smell right, there's nonsense going on, we've just seen it twice now in 48 hours here.
Yeah, and what's interesting is they all know the rules, and there were even reports. What's interesting to me is there were reports that, Montgomery County is one of the first ones to get their, some of the local TV stations were covering that. Montgomery County, one of the first to get out there. So obviously, somebody from Montgomery County was releasing that information and calling and saying, hey, they're out here. And so they all know the process. And we talked about this ad nauseum. We reported on it. Linda Kearns was on our air this week explaining they have, and even remember you guys were teasing, like, test the ballots. Why do they have to, but they do. That's, we're teasing, but they have to test the ballots. They have to make sure that everything's A-okay. So it's unacceptable. And as Michael Whatley wrote, it's a breach of trust. Yes. And at a time when election integrity is everything, this just is disingenuous of those at the county level to pull something like this. Stop already.
I agree. And I want a statement. I want a explanation. And I don't want to hear, well, it was accidental, right? Really? Think about all these. Isn't it amazing to me how many times, whether it's Democrat or mainstream media, well, it was a rough draft and we accidentally submitted it or we accidentally posted. Like, remember the Trump indictment in Fulton County when the clerk's office for the court accidentally posted the indictment publicly before it was released publicly to the country that Trump was being indicted? Why? I don't want to hear any more of these numbnut explanations, okay? Accident, Mike Keister. You don't accidentally, you're working in the county office. You know what the laws are. This is something that has been in place, if my math is correct now, for 6 months, going back to early March. You don't just distribute stuff before you're allowed to distribute it. And oh, by the way, to be fair, I have no idea whose ballots were going out early. They could be Democrats, they could be Republicans, it could be more Republicans than Democrats. I don't know, but when we have rules in place, they need to be adhered to and followed. And this is why, and here's the double-edged sword with this. I hate mail-in ballots. I hate the whole process. I would love to have voter ID, paper ballots, one day, tabulate the results, boom, let's find out who wins. But I also understand, as Laura Trump has said, as Michael Whatley has said, as Trump just posted 2 or 3 days ago on Twitter saying that early voting is underway, get out and take advantage of early votes and mail-in ballots. This is the system we have. I hate it, but you have to utilize it because and I've said this, and it looks like from the stats in Bucks County and statewide that Republicans have figured it out from 4 years ago and are more engaged and involved with this early process than 4 years ago, perhaps more than ever before. But the reality is you just can't give the Democrats a massive head start on November 5th. It's no longer election day is this date. Election day is like a 6-week process. But this is why. Like, if anybody calls in this morning and says, I'm never going to do a mail-in ballot, like, there's a part of me that says, well, then prepare to lose. But there's another part of me, like, where I'm on the fence, Dawn, and I'm saying, you know what? I don't blame you because I don't trust this. Countless mistakes. It's not one county, it's multiple counties. And we got, you know what's going to happen. You know there's going to be a story in Arizona on November 5th, Maricopa County or this county in Arizona. They always seem to have issues. You know, we've had issues. We had people during the midterms in 2022 from South Jersey calling in, and it's like, this is the United States of America. You know, we're not voting for prom king and queen. Can we have a more streamlined, accurate, concise process? And again, I just don't, the accident, it was an accident. That's not a viable defense anymore.
But I think part of this is, and we'll, I'll look for reaction from the commissioner. So part of this is calling out somebody, and this is how I view it, that they're calling out somebody with an ego. It's about ego. It's about getting publicity. So I think part of this is they're calling out the commissioner, Neil Makija, that he had put out the 17th. Happy Election Day this week. He put this out. I cast the first 2024 general election ballot in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And he puts a picture of himself, like a tight shot, very nice very nice picture. I serve as the chief election official in PA's third largest county, blah, blah, blah. We're working to ensure a safe, secure, accessible election for all, da, 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 da.
Yep.
Register to vote by October 21st. So I think what they're doing is they're saying, look, because this guy has an ego and he wanted to put out there that he was the first in Pennsylvania to vote, and because of his ego and he wanted the publicity and he wanted to put this out there, he compromised and didn't follow the proper procedure.
Yep.
I think that it all comes down to them calling out this one individual.
Mm-hmm.
And so now this could be a hot mess if indeed they take legal action, because they do have, they have to look through, they have to do their process, even though we might say, what do you have to test?
Yep.
Look at all the lawsuits because of these things. So you have to follow the protocol so we don't have to deal with all that junk.
Yes, that's why they put him in place. I've got Montgomery County's official Twitter feed up here. I'm scrolling through the last 7-8 days. Not a single acknowledgement from them on social media. 2 days ago, they posted, "Today is National Voter Registration Day. Get ready, Montco. It's a big election year, and your voice matters. Visit our website for resources and information." Oh, by the way, they send out ballots prematurely. Great job. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, wrap up the 6 o'clock hour. I see we have Linda Kearns on the line. I'm sure she wants to add some more context, and we will do that on the other side. But first, a word from Piazza Mazda and the CX-30. Oh, what a vehicle this is. They have crossovers for everybody. This is really remarkable. An extensive crossover and SUV lineup, from the sleek CX-5 to the capable CX-50. Follow along here. They get bigger as I go. To the 3-row CX-90 and now the all-new CX-70. Something for every lifestyle. Piazza Mazda of Westchester and Reading. They will help you find the one that is right for you with financing as low as 0% for 36 months. Visit Piazza Mazda in Westchester and Reading for a personalized test drive. Tell them you want the Nick Kayal test drive. Shop online, piazzamazda.com.
Warning, the following ZipRecruiter radio spot you are about to hear is going to be filled with F words.
When you're hiring, we at ZipRecruiter know you can feel frustrated, forlorn even, like your efforts are futile, and you can spend a fortune trying to find fabulous people, only to get flooded with candidates who are just fine. Fortunately, ZipRecruiter figured out how to fix all of that. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, you can forget your frustrations because we find the right people for your roles fast, which is our absolute favorite F word. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day.
Fantastic.
So, whether you need to hire 4, 40, or 400 people, get ready to meet first-rate talent. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. Don't forget, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Finally, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Do you have shoeboxes full of photos? Today only, radio listeners get VIP access to the new Photo Legacy Box. Get your family's photos professionally scanned for as low as 7 cents, which is 76% less than what other brands charge. As the world's largest digitizer, you know you can trust Legacy Box to digitize your entire collection of 4x6 photos. Everything from the embarrassing haircut you had in the 90s to photos of your great-grandma's wedding. Visit legacybox.com/value to get 200 photos scanned starting at just $19.95. Oh, and don't forget, Legacy Box also digitizes over 15 other types of analog media. so you can get your favorite memories on VHS or grandpa's film reels from the 40s digitized too. Take advantage of this exclusive offer on the new Photo Legacy Box today and preserve your past for as low as 7 cents. Go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
You can live out your MasterChef dreams when you find a professional on Angie to tackle your dream kitchen remodel. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
California Psychics is the real deal. They helped me out, totally changed my attitude, totally got me psyched to start my business and to take a new path in my life.
At California Psychics, we only connect our customers with the best. We reject 98% of the psychics who apply to us, so we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. New customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
Hey, Mount Laurel, we know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
Come on, let's go.
Let's go. Rise and shine, Philadelphia. Let's go. 6:50 Friday morning, almost to the weekend. But we got to get through today. 855-839-1210, the phone number. Coming up in hour number 2, we'll have some news from Dawn Stensland. Cut sheet at 7:45. May or may not include Kamala Harris with Oprah. Also, from cancel culture to apology culture, Zach Bryan, country singer, did nothing wrong and apologized anyway. What a putz. I'm going to have to rip him.
Did he actually apologize?
Oh, deleted this, apologized for that.
Oh, man.
Oh, for saying nothing remotely controversial.
Not my
whatsoever.
guy. Not my guy.
That's right, you are a Zach Bryan guy.
I am a Zach Bryan fan.
All right, we'll get to that. And then also, we got to go to the Tar Heel state. I got to dig into MAGA Mark Robinson. Allegedly. But we'll see.
Black Nazi. Allegedly. That's what he calls himself.
I just,
in weird chat rooms.
Some people just don't do anything to help their cause. But what are you going to do? I help my cause every day. I can only control myself. But Linda Kearns is trying to make the world a better place with election integrity, and she is with us to provide some additional context. Linda, good morning. How are you, dear?
Good morning. Yeah, I just wanted to explain that logic and accuracy testing is a required step in the statute. What happens is they make sure that the paper's okay, that the machines can read the paper, that the candidates are listed in the correct format on the paper, that the location of the fold is appropriate so that when they unfold the ballot, it can go through the machine. So what happened here is on Monday, the Supreme Court finally finished all the litigation regarding candidates. So that was September 16th. The Secretary of State certified the candidate list. So once that happens, the counties then send letters to their county chairs saying, okay, now we're going to do logic and accuracy testing. Okay. So that happened so that couldn't even start until September 16th. Montgomery County sent out a letter to the county chairs on the Tuesday, the 17th, saying we're going to start logic and accuracy testing on Thursday, the 19th. At the very same time, Commissioner Neil McKeeja, I think I'm saying his name right, and you can see him on Twitter at neilmckeeja.com. He's the commissioner, the chair. He tweets out, "Happy Election Day," with a picture of himself, proud as punch. I voted. I'm the first. I cast the first 2024 general election ballot in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So we see this and say, wait, how is anyone voting when they just announced logic and accuracy testing? So, and then he doubled down on it. He kept retweeting it. He, with proud pictures of himself, several pictures. Then he is tweeting out that we're ready to that we're sending out 100,000 mail ballots. Then he tweeted out again, I think this was yesterday, voting in Montgomery County, vote today at our Montgomery Plaza. Yet this logic and accuracy testing hasn't even occurred yet, because then the county reschedule it for Monday. So
is this just a communication breakdown? Is this a failure to comprehend what is actually required before they, quote, jump the gun and distribute this? I mean, can you take us actually inside the county election office where, I don't know, is it like 3 just clerical secretaries that say, okay, well, let's ship them on out? Like, what goes on behind the scenes here?
Oh, no. I mean, the elections director, who's more of a career person, like, someone, this is his job. He doesn't get elected. He's been there a long time. He's the one who sent out the email saying, now we're going to do election logic and accuracy testing. So he was doing all the procedures right. We don't know how this commissioner took it upon himself to make sure that they started sending ballots out so that he could tweet with a nice picture of himself, I cast the first 2024 general election ballot in the Commonwealth. Mm-hmm. So this doesn't appear to be a breakdown. This appears to be someone who wanted to be able to be the first one to cast the 2024 general election ballot. And we didn't call all 67 counties, but we contacted a lot of counties, and no one is sending ballots out yet because they're still undergoing logic and accuracy testing.
All right. Well,
so
Linda,
can I just ask something, Linda? I mean,
in.
is this what I read into this? This guy wanted his selfie, and it's all about him. This is an ego fest. That's what, I mean, I'm looking online, and Montgomery County voters are calling him out. That's what they're accusing him of, oh, great job, you broke the law. And if you look at all the social media, Linda, they're pointing to this one guy, the commissioner, Neil, who they're saying, had this race to be the first with his selfie. Is this about ego? Is the allegation pointed at this guy, it sounds like, and not the entire county process?
Well, I think that's something that we need to ask him, and perhaps the Philadelphia Inquirer is on it. They know about this, so maybe they'll call him and do their job and say, why were these ballots distributed? Because we know that people voted. I mean, I know people who went in and voted. So, and we don't know who it is. We don't know if it was Republicans or Democrats. Yep. And these are innocent voters. It's not the voters' fault. So what my letter said was, we want to make sure that you segregate these ballots so that they're not mixed in with the ballots that go out after the testing. Right. So, because, I mean, this is an easy fix. You can put them aside, put them in a nice secure lockbox, and then when it's time to count them, you can just count them by hand. You don't, want to run them through the machine if you're not sure they're gonna be counted correctly. It's a very easy fix, but nothing has stopped. Even after my letter went out and after he received it, after the commissioner received it, he tweeted out again, in Montgomery County, PA, vote today at 1 Montgomery Plaza. So, commissioners, boards of elections literally have one job, administer elections. And this is so basic. It's just, I mean, it's boring stuff. It's the stuff that I love, but this is what we do to administer elections, and they're not doing it. Yeah. And it's just not fair. And again, that the Republican National Committee, we're committed to election integrity, and we want to make sure it's fair, and we don't want any voters disenfranchised.
Yep. Linda, great work as always. Thank you for chiming in and responding on social media as well. You enjoy your Friday and play a little Elvis to relax, okay?
Oh, yeah, don't worry. I have a list of songs that Greg Stocker hates. The producers were very nice to send it to me, so let me know when the next charity thing is, and if I have any money left in this Biden-Harris economy, that'll be my list. So I have a plan.
I'll be sure to take that week off, Linda, so thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
ProtectTheVote.com. Please sign up. I need volunteers.
Yes, indeed. There she is, Linda Kearns. 855-839-1210. We'll get to some news to kick off the 7 o'clock hour, and that is coming up next.
The sensational Sarah McLachlan, live in Atlantic City, celebrating 30 years of fumbling towards ecstasy, performing the album in its entirety, plus her greatest hits, for one incredible night with special guest Tiny Habits, live at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa, Friday, October 25th. Get tickets now at theborgata.com.
The most important part of your financial future is the firm you choose. You see, all financial firms are not the same. Traditional firms that sell securities can't guarantee income and are vulnerable to bankruptcies, market losses, capital gains taxes, and ongoing fees. But the exclusive crash-proof retirement system continues to protect over 5,000 clients from market losses and bankruptcies and provides guaranteed tax-favored income with the potential for double-digit interest returns with no fees whatsoever. Our one-of-a-kind proprietary system continues to protect billions of dollars in assets. Are you in or near retirement? There's only one crash-proof retirement for the American retiree. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Hill Country Club on October 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
Just 2 years ago, Bob Casey told us his vote for $1 trillion spending spree would miraculously reduce inflation. Casey promised his vote will reduce inflation. Have you been to a grocery store lately? Did Casey reduce anything except his credibility? In fact, it was Bob Casey's vote for reckless spending that caused this inflation in the first place. Prices went up, and now you're paying more for almost everything. Casey admits he failed. Prices have skyrocketed. Just listen to Casey.
You have boneless chicken going up 38%, and paper products like toilet paper going up 35%.
Groceries cost more. Rent and housing cost more. Pennsylvania families are struggling. Casey promised to fix this mess. Instead, he made it worse. Bob Casey failed. We need a change to get back on track. It's time to change Washington. It's time to fire Bob Casey. Senate Leadership Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. SenateLeadershipFund.org.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Gerhard's Appliance September Sidewalk Sale is going on this weekend at our Doylestown location. Come in Saturday from 10 to 4 and Sunday 11 to 4 to save up to 70% on one-of-a-kind, out-of-box, and scratch and dent appliances from all the top brands. Save up to 70% on refrigerators, ranges, dishwashers, microwaves, washers, dryers, and so much more. The September Sidewalk Sale is on this weekend only at Gerhard's Appliances of Doylestown.
When it comes to your home or business, Bradford White knows hot water is not optional. It's essential each and every day. That's why Bradford White makes water heaters that are built to be the best. With innovative features like our exclusive Microban antimicrobial technology that helps protect and keep the tank clean and extends the life of the water heater for top performance 24/7. How you heat your water matters, so choose the proven reliability of Bradford White. Learn more at bradfordwhite.com.
Free speech lives here. With Don Stensland, 10 till noon. On Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
There's one day here, the next day gone. Sometimes you bend, sometimes you stand, sometimes you turn your back
to the wind. There's a world outside the darkened door where blues won't haunt you anymore. With a brave heart, free lover's soul, come ride with me to the distant shore. We won't be
It's Kayal and Company, 7:03, hour 2 here on a Friday morning. It's Nick, Dawn, and Greg as we continue. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Cut sheet coming up at 7:45. Couple of very, very interesting stories that we will get to here in about 15 minutes. But before we get to all of that, let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:04. When she is on the highway, it's usually in a minivan. It's the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live this Friday morning, September 20th. We are sponsored by Indeed. It's right now, it is 65 degrees, heating up to 84 degrees and beautiful sunny day. We'll get to the forecast momentarily. Heads up, there are reported to be 2 separate crashes on I-76 westbound. Major traffic delays, not coming into the city. This is westbound, outbound, but still we're looking at, and I don't see a gaper delay on the traffic cams as I look at all of them for eastbound traffic, but just a heads up on that one. Also in the news, Philadelphia police say they are searching for a man wanted for being known as a Philadelphia cat killer. So they want help, police seeking your help in identifying this guy that they are accusing of killing a cat, and they believe he's responsible for luring the kitty cat. They've released images, still shot images from what looks to be one of those doorbell cameras, but luring the animal into some kind of a trap and then setting it on fire.
Oh, Jesus.
This is really nasty. Happened on Rittner Street. This is South Philadelphia. And, you can look online. There were all these pictures of this guy, but they're asking anybody, please, if you know who this individual is, he's facing criminal charges as they say that he lured the cat. They're not showing the whole thing because it's nasty, but luring the cat into this big box and then setting the thing on fire. So they're asking, call police 215-686-TIPS.
Isn't that how a lot of like serial mass murderers
Dahmer
kind of start their career?
Remember that?
Where they harm animals first and then they transition to humans.
Nasty.
If you're convicted or whatever the word is, if you're caught killing an animal like that, you should get the electric chair because there's no saving you.
Yeah.
There's no saving you. There's no rehab. There's no rehab. Excuse me. Getting caught up in my words here. There's no rehab.
Yeah.
Right to the electric chair.
Yeah. I mean,
that's horrifying.
The recidivism rate for these people is off the charts.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I don't have word of whose cat this was. I can only imagine to see that on video like that. But so we don't have that person speaking out. But obviously it's a bigger story, and so police want to catch this guy. So please take a look and call them at the tip line I gave. We have hundreds of Bucks County workers are planning a strike today. And these are all union local 668. So workers have been working without a contract for nearly a year, and they feel that this is simply necessary. 300 workers putting this word out that they will strike outside the Bucks County Courthouse today and rally then around lunchtime. So I don't know what time this morning within the hour they'll be out there. But these union workers include Children and Youth Services, the Area Agency on Aging, IT department, as well as mental health, drug and alcohol support. The list goes on, but the union says that Bucks County has insisted on large cuts to the workers' health benefits, and they say that they need to have these benefits, and they say they've sacrificed a lot during the pandemic. Among them, they were workers who went to work every day and couldn't Zoom it in, that sort of thing. So that's their argument there. So just a heads up that if you're in Bucks, this will certainly, this may affect the administrative ability to get these, if you're planning on going to any of the administrative buildings, it may slow things down a bit.
Boy, we got a lot going on in these collar counties these days.
I know.
Oh my goodness.
A lot of unrest here. So we'll watch for that. We've talked about the fact that a jury has found that Sesame Place in Bucks County is not liable after the mother of 2 little black girls, African-American girls, claimed that a character there at Sesame Place appeared to snub them. This happened in 2022. It made national news. It made international news. But lawyers representing families, and there were multiple families. And as Greg pointed out, Jesse Jackson at one point got involved. And so there were multiple families claiming this. This has to do with the local case here in our area at Sesame Place in Bucks County. But lawyers had claimed that the children had been discriminated against by the park's costume characters. And they were in the big line in court was by one of the attorneys that he had said, "Big Bird, you're a racist." That was the line from the attorney.
Big Bird is racist.
Big Bird, you're a racist.
How can you even... I'm trying to just think about this from a common sense standpoint. You're at Sesame Place, and there's an individual wearing a costume, and you feel like he or she ignored you. I can't even tell when they're wearing the goofy hats, the goofy heads. I don't even know who the hell they're looking at, to be honest. So I would never arrive at the conclusion that this person ignored me intentionally. And then I took it to the point where I decided to sue.
Last time I was there, when we took our son there, he was scared to death of all the people in costumes. He would run away from them.
Yeah.
So
well, most youngsters are like that.
I could actually sue and say that my son tried to go up to them, but they said something offensive to him and he ran away.
Yes, your kid was traumatized. He's never recovered, and you're seeking damages.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, Sesame Place came out and talked about the young people because they're all young people playing these characters.
Yeah.
And that's just it. We never actually knew who played the Rosita. And that's the other thing. It was Rosita, who's the aqua blue Hispanic character. But that's a little. If you've been to Sesame Place, and Greg, you know this. Rosita is one of the smallest.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Sure.
And so you're accusing some, probably 16-year-old. Petite, probably a girl.
My question is that isn't there can't the person who's in that costume countersue now for being
defamation? Yeah,
I mean, look, this. I don't know if they ever gave the person's name. I'm assuming they didn't, but still, everybody thinks that person was a racist.
Mm-hmm. I also think too, if you're going to be one of these characters, like Dawn was just saying, 16 years old, they're probably all youngsters, right? Think about if you're like a 52-year-old dude dressed up as Big Bird. I don't know. I'd like to maybe check your hard drive and your laptop and see what you got going on.
I agree.
It's just me.
Profiling is there for a reason, my friend. You're correct.
But to your point, they put some of the people who played the character, and some of them are, like teenage girls and that sort of thing. Mm-hmm. So they put them on the stand and said, "Are you a racist?" And so you have some petite teenage girl, and if you look at the transcripts of the court, she's like, no, and so if you're a juror, you're thinking, absolutely not. Right. And they're not identifying. I don't know the ethnicity of some of these individuals, but that probably played into this, that they're maybe, reportedly a diversified group who look for a summer job. Remember Daniel Valdez said, did he work at Sesame Place or where did he work?
I could see him being a Sesame Street character.
No,
Millennial.
Bill Kornfeld, who was here many moons ago, worked at Sesame Place.
Yeah.
Daniel Valdez worked at Dorney Park, I believe. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
I could see Valdez being the count.
By the way, can I just break into your news with some news of my own?
What?
Dawn Stanslin.
You having another baby?
No.
You're leaving the station?
No. Remember a few months ago, and I went on my rant about how much I hate the Kennedys.
Oh,
and
of course.
I said they're scumbags.
So
Olivia Nuzzi from New York Magazine is on leave because she had an affair with Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Bobby? RFK Jr.?
Yeah. So remember when everybody's like, well, RFK Jr. is on our team now, so we like him and we'll pretend he's not a creep. Yeah, he's a creep. From New York Magazine, recently our Washington correspondent Olivia Nuzzi acknowledged to the magazine's editors that she had engaged in a personal relationship with a former subject relevant to the 2024 campaign while she was reporting on the campaign, a violation of the magazine's standards around conflicts of interest and disclosures, a spokesperson for New York Magazine said in a statement. Had the magazine been aware of this relationship, she would not have continued to cover the presidential campaign, the spokesperson added. An internal review of her published work has found no inaccuracies nor evidence of bias. She is currently on leave from the magazine, and the magazine is conducting a more thorough third-party review. We regret the violation of our readers' trust.
Here's the statement. Mr. Kennedy only met Olivia Nuzzi once in his life for an interview she requested, which yielded a hit piece. A spokesperson for the presidential candidate told the media newsletter Status, which first reported on the alleged relationship. Kennedy, who is 70, partially suspended. You know the rest of the story, but she's 31. He's 70. He's essentially, his campaign is putting out that he met her once in his life, never had an affair, basically.
I swear I never did.
Hey, if they met more than once,
why would she
we'll find out.
Why would she acknowledge it? If why would she put herself? You know what I mean? That just makes no sense.
Well, I just assumed he's a scumbag, but all I've ever
he's a Kennedy, of course.
Yeah, all I've ever cared about is that 1 or 2 or 3% that he might bring to Trump. That's all I need him for.
He's a Kennedy. His last name. Did he have an affair? What's his last name? Kennedy. Yes, he did. End of story. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well,
I love that you give him the benefit of the doubt.
I'm just reporting both sides. So, I have no idea. Is she a crazy chick who wants attention, or is he a scumbag and predator? Because
he's a Kennedy. Of course, he's a scumbag.
Well, you can't. I'm just giving both sides of the
but
story.
there's
No
also-
reaction from Cheryl Hines, his
There's
celebrity wife.
Also, a difference between being a scumbag and a predator. I mean, not to mince words, but you could be a scumbag and not be a predator. Yeah, if you.
By the way, Lisa McHale writes she had a friendship with him, not an affair, according to the woman. The headline is Olivia Nuzzi on leave from New York Magazine after a romantic relationship with RFK Jr. So there you go.
Yeah, they got it. They got it on.
Of course they did. She's a 31-year-old blonde who's attractive, and he's a Kennedy. Of course he did.
He's carved out of stone. Dude's chiseled like he's.
Can you
31.
imagine? Can you imagine?
Could you imagine one of
71? She's 31.
I guess the voice wasn't a turnoff.
Oh, can you imagine? What does she have? Daddy issues? Oh God!
Here we go.
71.
Here we go,
she's 31.
And apparently, this 31-year-old found something very enticing about the 70-year-old.
It burns his old droopy nuts.
Jimmy Fallon would say that Bobby has.
It burns his old droopy nuts.
Oh my gosh! Oh my goodness!
Thank you, Jimmy. By the way, Jimmy Fallon, weeknight 7 to 10, starting Monday, October 7th.
Thank you very much.
Wow.
So yeah, again, we don't know that both sides. Yes, Dawn, you reported both sides. I appreciate you did that. I'm not.
He's denying it, just like the lieutenant governor of North Carolina.
Even though his
we're going to talk about.
Even though his email was found on Ashley Madison. Oh, how did that get there? I don't know. These guys, man. Oh God.
How do all these people have time? First of all, time and energy.
Yeah.
Like, we're so busy here. We're lucky to get like 4 or 5 hours sleep. I just think for all these individuals, wow, they have a lot of time on their hands.
This is why I suggest they all start taking a daily nap.
Because it keeps you out of trouble? Is that it?
I mean, I need the nap for other reasons, but I can't get in trouble if I'm unconscious.
Road Warrior is claiming, or it's saying that she's claiming it's all online, nothing physical.
Oh.
I mean, what?
Oh, so it was like phone hoo-ha or online hoo-ha? Yeah. Like a Zoom?
Yeah.
Getting on the Zoom?
You imagine hearing Kennedy's voice on a Zoom while his pants are down?
Hey, I am right now. I'm fully naked.
That's pretty good.
What would you like me to do to you? Sorry. I don't care. Yeah, everybody's like, you're making fun of his affliction. He's a creep. He's always been a creep. He always will be a creep. The Kennedys are creeps. Thank you.
Wow.
Michael Pelka says they were allegedly sexting.
Yeah.
Sexting. Well, if they were sexting, then obviously they can. They have receipts.
Yeah.
Because she probably screenshotted everything.
I just don't know. I understand, giving both sides to this. I just don't understand why she would resign or be put on leave and admit to it if it wasn't true.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, speaking of those types of things, we'll get to Nancy Mace later coming on with
Michael Eric Dyson.
Yeah, with the CNN
Well,
guy.
Michael Eric Dyson, and boy, we're all over the place at 7:17. It's my fault for breaking in with this.
Yeah.
The Michael Eric Dyson actually responded to her claim.
Uh-huh.
And the way he responded was like, dude, you're making your case worse. So we'll play all of that coming up.
By the way, we have to talk about this fantasy football situation. A Philadelphia man facing charges now as his online beef has resulted in an international investigation as well as federal charges he's facing after he allegedly falsely accused a fellow player of intending to carry out violent attacks. This, according to prosecutors. So this 25-year-old Matthew Gabriel of Philadelphia pleading guilty to 2 counts of interstate and foreign communication of threats after prosecutors say that he gave these false tips to police in the United States and overseas, claiming that his rival, this is over fantasy football.
Hey, Don, this is serious stuff here, okay? You want to see my fantasy group text?
You're barking up the wrong tree, Don, with this one.
It's fantasy football,
Oh, boy,
guys.
here we go.
I've lost friendships over this stinking thing.
Oh, my goodness. So he claimed that his rival, because I don't know which quarterback, like maybe the other guy got the better quarterback in the fantasy football, was planning a bombing and mass shooting. And he reported the rival to the U.S. Justice Department.
That's not funny.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, wow.
So this all began when Gabriel, and he's confessed to this, he pleaded guilty. So he made the first false threat after an online disagreement with a member of his, fantasy football chat group. This according to the U.S. Attorney's Office. I want to know what player so-and-so got in the whole thing, but after learning the member would be studying abroad in Norway, Gabriel submitted an anonymous tip to the Norwegian Police Security Service, and they then began to investigate this as a threat to national security.
You either trade me Aaron Rodgers or I will blow up your house. And I'm not joking,
buddy. Goodness.
Uh-huh.
So once they realized that, no, this student, this kid studying abroad is like, what? So they fully invested. It's now an international incident. So this guy now, he's pleading guilty and he faces sentencing.
Okay.
Dang.
Yeah.
Dr. Phelan McGroin.
On
the YouTube
I wonder if Dr. Phelan my groin has ever studied abroad in Norway.
Says that she's this woman accusing Kennedy is just looking for her 15 minutes of fame. Okay, but she's never going to get a job in journalism again. Why would she do that?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like it just absolutely makes no sense.
Yeah, we got a lot of Bobby defenders out there.
They said a push-up contest between Stalker and Kennedy. Yeah, he could probably beat me in a push-up contest. You know why? Because I work for a living. I don't have Kennedy money that I can lay around and jet ski and falcon or whatever the hell he does, pick up bears and get bear meat. I needed to get bear meat so we can eat it.
He does have a good body.
I work for a living.
He's very fit.
You do a good Bobby.
He does a great RFK Jr.
God, I hate him.
Hate has no home here, Gregory.
I love hate.
Trying to find my Kennedy drops, but somebody moved them.
Oh no!
I'm gonna have to find. I'm gonna have to bomb that person's house now.
Call the Norwegians.
It's unbelievable.
Ole, we got to investigate these football players. We've got our Phils. I can't even believe this. They lost to the Mets 10-6 last night. Game 2 is tonight in New York, 7:10 p.m. Greg Stocker. Looks like a genius predicting. What did you predict Saturday night?
Saturday, I said they were gonna clinch a playoff spot.
So here we go.
Don't stroke his ego anymore. he just he went on a Kennedy rant. Elvis rant will be coming up the next hour.
Enough of me. Sorry.
So we are sponsored this morning by Indeed. Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their end-to-end solution really helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all year round. Just schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from your Indeed dashboard. Learn more by visiting Indeed.com/credit. Thank you, Indeed, for sponsoring our news and our weather. Quickly, 84 degrees today, a beautiful sunny day. We're going to have a lot of sunshine this weekend. We're looking in the 80s over the weekend, so a great weekend for football, picnics, whatever you want to do. This is Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. Cut sheet in just about 25 minutes before we get there. 2 pit stops along the way. Mark Robinson, sir, we have to have a conversation. And also, Zach Bryan, dude, seriously. Find your you-know-what and return him to that part of the region of your body, all right?
Oh, boy.
All right? Enough already. Yeah. I got to go both sides here. Kayal & Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, this is the last call. I'm going to give this the last call. This is Sunday. This offer ends. So if you haven't done this yet, I don't know what you're waiting for. I've been talking about it for a month. All FanDuel customers get back $5 and get a 3-week free trial of the NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. Have you not done this yet? Place a $5 bet on the Eagles game on Sunday. You don't want to bet on them winning. I do believe they'll win, but just bet on a Saquon Barkley anytime touchdown. I know he dropped that pass, but he's going to make up for it this weekend. Trust me. Then with YouTube, a YouTube TV base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel anytime. Go to FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel.com/Greg to download America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT. 21 and over, present in PA. Full price of NFL Sunday ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Sunday, this offer ends. What are you waiting for? Do it now. FanDuel.com/Greg. Go.
Cancer, a scary word, but not so scary if you have the right team. Hi, this is John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And that team is Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. Yes, cancer is a scary word and a difficult condition if you've been diagnosed. Over the years, the staff at Innovative Medical Associates has helped hundreds of patients with their unique medical hydration protocols. Cancer support is a large part of the practice at Innovative Medical Associates.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Talk about improving your quality of life. Most likely, that'll happen when you visit Innovative Medical Associates. Check them out on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com or call 856-489-0505 to schedule your initial complimentary consultation.
We don't care who you vote for in the upcoming election. You know why? Because this is not a political ad. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group meet with people every day wondering if they should be doing something different with their money because it's an election year. At Retire Ready Financial Group, we want you to know where your money is, how it's performing, and if the market does go down, how does it affect your retirement? We call it a portfolio snapshot, and we do it at no charge. Our goal is for you to have confidence as you enter retirement, confidence to spend, and confidence that you won't run out of money. Let's vote those election worries right out of your retirement. For your complimentary portfolio snapshot, call 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or go to retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James B. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
Pending approved credit. Offers cannot be combined. Excludes taxes and tax. Take an e-car buyers. This time of year, Jack Dell and the team at Dell Toyota know it's all about penetration. Good, sustained market penetration. Are you ready for some savings? Score with end-of-model year savings at Dell Toyota. No need to fight for every inch at other dealers. Dell Toyota always sees a hole and gets right up in there with the Dell Vehicle Exchange Program. Right now, get out of your old car or truck and into a new vehicle and keep your payments the same or maybe even make them less. No holds, no illegal touching, just clean blocking from bad deals. Buy with no money down and 0% financing every day at Dell Toyota. Don't get caught from behind. Keep running to Dell Toyota for end-of-model year savings. Dell Toyota is close, only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale. Online at DellToyota.com. If you're worried you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español.
Jack, sell it for less.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process, ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Honey, is our car still under warranty?
No, not anymore.
My sister just got an extended service plan from Ox Car Care.
Ox Car Care?
Yeah, Ox will cover our repair bills if anything happens to our car, new brakes, a transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance.
Wait a minute, we pay nothing on the repairs? Ox gets it fixed for us? Free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance? What's the number?
800-224-8517. Ox has a 30-day money-back guarantee and an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike other warranty companies. We should call now. 800-224-8517.
The last thing we need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now.
Call Ox Car Care for your free quote. 800-224-8517. Ask about senior and military discounts. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care, 800-224-8517, or go to oxcarcare.com.
An American Heritage Cash Reward MasterCard helps you tackle that to-do list. Get up to 3% cash back at home improvement stores, groceries, and pharmacies. And when the chores are done, treat yourself to a well-deserved vacation, earning 2% cash back on travel, hotels, and ride shares, and 1% on everything else you buy, including home decor. Apply today at AmericanHeritageCU.org/credit cards. Subject to credit approval. Insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
I'm John Oran, Puck's sports correspondent, and I have a new podcast called The Varsity, where I will take you inside the executive suites and owners' boxes that run the entire sports business. Twice a week, I will bring on the smartest people I know to break down the hottest topics in sports media and give you a window into the inside conversations that are happening throughout sports media. So be sure to follow and listen to The Varsity Podcast, available now on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
With NJ Diet, you can lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. They have customers that have lost 37 pounds, 100 pounds, and over 120 pounds, and they've kept it off. You'll have more energy, and you'll probably see better lab results. NJ Diet uses your hair, saliva, and blood work to provide you personalized natural formulas and supplements so you can lose the weight, and DNA testing will help you keep it off. Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. Go to njdiet.com.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Fun. Yes, we've had our ups and downs.
It is Kayal and Company. Always lots of fun here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Lots of ups, really no downs, because, well, we don't lose. 855-839-1210. But in the words of my man from Louisiana, Mr. Kennedy.
Help me understand this.
I need some processing time here to make sense of this Mark Robinson report, allegations reports coming out, according to the Carolina Journal as well as CNN's K-File. Let me just read you a couple of things here. And by the way, listening discretion advised when we get to some of the quotes. If you got kids in the car, you might want to tune it down or tell them to put their earbuds in and watch something on YouTube for a little bit. That's what good parents do, right? Just give their kids an iPad and say, go get lost, Johnny. Watch YouTube for 9 hours while Daddy watches football. So according to the Carolina Journal, not that I would ever do that,
He's projecting, Don.
Active dance dad over here, right? So according to the Carolina Journal, quote, Robinson is under pressure from staff and members of the Trump campaign to withdraw from the governor's race due to the nature of the story, which they say involves activity on adult websites in the 2000s. But, quote, Robinson has resisted withdrawing and privately denies the story. Trump endorsed Robinson at a rally in March, during which he called the lieutenant governor, quote, Martin Luther King Jr. on steroids, quote, better than Martin Luther King, and even, quote, Martin Luther King ×2. So what are we talking about? What are the allegations? What is the reporting that is being shared? CNN's K-File investigation found the following, which, by the way, CNN's K-File has been very, very accurate lately with outing Democrats and Kamala Harris for a litany of lies. So for whatever that's worth, they've been very fair and very accurate in their findings, and they find the following. Mark Robinson, this is from CNN directly, the controversial and socially conservative Republican nominee for governor of Carolina, made a series of inflammatory comments on a pornography website's message board more than a decade ago, in which he referred to himself as a, quote, black Nazi, and expressed support for reinstating slavery. Despite a recent history of anti-transgender rhetoric, Robinson said he enjoyed watching transgender pornography, a review of archived messages found in which he also referred to himself, quote, as a perv. The comments, which Robinson denies making, predate his entry into politics and current stint as the Lieutenant Gov of North Carolina. They were made under a username that CNN was able to identify as Robinson by matching a litany of biographical details and shared email address between the two. He apparently goes into all of these things during what I would just call the first Obama term. I always bring it back to political terms. 2008 to 2012, where he was on a pornographic website called Nude Africa that includes a message board. The comments were made under a username of Mini Soldier, a moniker that Robinson has used frequently online. CNN is reporting only a small portion of Robinson's comments and websites, given their graphic nature. He goes on to talk about apparently how he was a peeping Tom when he was in his teen years, which, you know, you're a teenager. Like, I'm not defending it, but to me, you know, when you're 18, you know, clean slate. So I give him a little bit of a pass there, even though that's creepy. You know, kids do weird things. But the stuff that really stands out in other comments on Nude Africa, Robinson discussed his affinity for transgender pornography, saying, quote, I'd like watching tranny on girl porn.
That's a quote. You're not saying that. That's
correct.
A quote,
These
yes.
are all quotes. Yeah. That's bleeping hot. It takes the man out while leaving the man in, and yeah, I'm a perv too. So again, like I said, adult ears for this commentary here.
Mommy, what's a perv? Daddy, what's man in, man out?
Daddy, how are babies made? In an interview with CNN on Thursday, Robinson repeatedly denied that he made the comments on Nude Africa and says, we are not getting out of the race. There are people who are counting on us to win the race.
We have a little bit of that. Do you want to hear his
Sure.
His
You released it on video, right?
Yeah. Well, he actually talked very briefly to Andrew Kaczynski, who is, you know, the K file from CNN.
Did he have CNN address him as Mini Soldier?
Phil, can you play cut 17?
Dude, this is not us. These are not our words, and this is not anything that is characteristic of me, nor has it ever been. The people here of North Carolina know I have been completely transparent about my history, all the warts. We put them all out. We let folks know about it. But the folks here also know my character. They know who I am. They know my voice, so to speak. This is not my voice. This is not things that we would ever say or even think. And so absolutely we do.
How do you explain all of the matching details on this profile? The profile on Nude Africa lists your full name as Mark Robinson. The email listed on the account is an email that you have used elsewhere on the internet, including with your photo. You have used that name, Mini Soldier, on multiple social media accounts, including Twitter, Pinterest, Black Planet, and YouTube. How can you deny, with all of these matching details, that this is you?
Look, I'm not going to get into the minutia of how somebody manufactured these salacious tabloid lies, but I can tell you this. There's been over $1 million spent on me through AI by a billionaire son who's bound and determined to destroy me. The things that people can do with the internet now is incredible. But what I can tell you is this. Again, these are not my words. This is simply tabloid trash being used as a distraction from the substantive issues that the people of this state are facing. We have addressed it. We have said it's not true. And we wish we could move on and get busy with the business of the people of the state.
Okay, well, these posts, they do take place over a 5-year period from 2008 to 2013. You mentioned AI. Are you saying that somebody was somehow manufacturing biographical details to exactly match you using your username?
Look, I have no idea how this was done. I have absolutely no idea how it was done. And I have 5 weeks left in this campaign to focus on the substantive issues that North Carolinians face. I do not have time for tabloid trash.
So I'll say a couple of things. One, I do think, when these are allegations and it's a report, I think you have to, at that point, say, look, especially in this day and age, whether it's Democrat or Republican, the amount of stuff on social media that is altered, manipulated. We just did a big take yesterday on this with Gavin Newsom, with, the memes and the election interference. So it is very difficult to tell in this day and age what is true and what is not. So screenshots can be altered, AI manipulated. But where I think the smoking gun is, and why I think he is probably guilty of this, is the email address that is used. Now, it doesn't mean email addresses can't be hacked. They certainly can. But whether or not this is true or not is almost irrelevant to me from the standpoint of what the media will do and how they will portray this. And this is not what Donald Trump, and why I think this is also true is that the Trump campaign is telling him to get out of the race. I gave you that quote in the beginning. It's not just, other people locally. I mean, so if you're Trump and you come out, endorse him, and this comes out, you don't need this. So my question would be, how much vetting was done of this guy before you put the MAGA stamp of approval for an endorsement on him? Because here's what they want to do. They want to take this. They want to take the Laura Loomer stuff that is out there, and they want to run with that. Because as I have said, it's all about having Trump in the news. That is the goal and objective of the Harris campaign, and to keep Kamala Harris out of the news. They want to run against Trump, not on Kamala, if that makes sense. And when you have people like Mark Robinson in a swing state, and let's think about the big implications here. The election, 7 swing states. The only one that Trump has won twice in 16 and 20 is North Carolina. The ones that he won in 16, he lost in 2020. And I've said the path of least resistance for Trump to win this election, North Carolina, which should be the easiest of the 7, followed by Georgia and Pennsylvania. And now you have this with a guy running for governor in North Carolina, on top of the Loomer stuff that is out there. You just can't, we hear about this word toxicity, right? We don't want to be surrounded by toxic personalities and people with bad reputations. You can't surround yourself with people like this. If this is true, and then the question becomes, where was the dropping of the ball with the vetting? I don't care about what he did when he was 14. But a lot of this stuff now, as an adult in the last 15, 16 years, not a good look for Trump. It does nothing to help his cause and his chances of winning.
Yeah, and you mentioned, you referred to the opposition research, the Oppo research. So the deal is that CNN drops the story right before the deadline, which was midnight last night, for Robinson to be taken off the ballot. So I was looking at, he's not going to resign. He's made that obvious. But what does North Carolina state law say? So apparently, their law says if a candidate dies, resigns, or for any other reason becomes, quote, disqualified or ineligible, they could nominate a replacement. But there are all kinds of, laws that who can't replace the individual, but the name is going to be his name on the ballot.
Even before this whole thing came out, he was 10 points down. He's not going to win anyway.
He's done
so
now.
The whole thing with this Oppo research and stuff like that, he's not going to win. So I before this came out,
right.
So I don't understand this whole thing with Look, yes, of course, this is AI, and you can do anything these days. But I just this is a bad. And I don't love them trying to tie this to Trump either, because Trump is just endorsing, should he vet people better, or should his team vet people better? Maybe, but
I'm not making it specifically about Trump.
You don't need.
They are though.
Of course. That's the thing about this. It's yes.
Trump spoke last night. I'll have Jeff Bartos on right at 10 o'clock, who was there last night in D.C. Yeah. But here's former President Trump with this major rally in D.C. With the Jewish community, if you will, and even one of the hostages from October 7th came up. A young man came up on stage. He was able to survive and escape, and they rescued him. And so it was this incredible rally. And the headline this morning is that a Trump, somebody who Trump endorsed, who is like a black Nazi. And this as Trump was speaking to Jews in D.C. So that's how the media is portraying this.
855-839-1210.
Yeah, it's look, he's a for the state, just taking a step back and looking at this politically, for the state of North Carolina, for Trump, this Robinson guy has been an albatross around the RNC's neck for a long time. And if Trump loses North Carolina, it's because of this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Not
well, if
this.
Trump loses North Carolina, he's losing the election.
He's a bad candidate who's not going to win the state. So, will that affect the top of the ticket? I don't know. You know what I mean? I find it hard that it wouldn't.
Stop affiliating yourself with these people that have such a toxic reputation.
But,
you don't.
I mean, to be
it.
fair, this just came out about the freaky deaky stuff that he, and if you look at it, okay, either it's AI and Robinson's telling the truth.
Yep.
But I will tell you, CNN had to run this through their attorneys.
Yeah.
Because this would be a massive lawsuit.
Absolutely.
If it's AI or it's made up, they're getting sued. And the fact that he's not talking about a lawsuit is also interesting to me. The fact that he did not directly he didn't answer the question. He just said, well, I can tell you there's AI. I can tell you that he never answers directly. And that is, to me, if somebody accused me of that and said that, I would say, this is false. That's not me. You know what I mean? I would have answered it differently. So I think there's some truth to it.
Yeah.
And so, but he needed to resign to get another ballot, to get a chance, to Greg's point, to even have a chance to have the governor of North Carolina, go Republican. They needed him to resign before midnight last night.
Yep.
And they didn't get that.
So according to I know we have to break, but just according to the YouTube chat, everybody seems to be in like, oh, this is not that big of a deal.
It's a big deal.
Right. It's never a big deal when it's a Republican or it's a Trump supporting guy. No, of course not.
I just feel like everybody praised K-File when it did Oppo research and dug up dirt on Kamala Harris.
The selective acknowledgement of polls. When it's a positive poll for Trump, it's Trump in a landslide. When Trump's down 2 points, it's that poll's fake.
Carl writes, so what? Has everybody led a perfect life in every way? There before the grace of God go I. Let's do a deep dive on Mr. Perfect, who is asking questions and why now. All right, dude, everybody has skeletons in their closet, I guess, but, are you on transvestite porn websites? You know what I mean? Look, to each his own, whatever you're into, cool. Yeah. But,
these are the same people that think Laura Loomer is actually a net positive addition for Trump.
Well, I'm glad because in 5 minutes...
I got no problem saying it.
In 5 minutes...
I'd fire her ass so quick, her head would be spinning until Tuesday.
I will have South Jersey's own Kellyanne Conway, who commented on Laura Loomer. I will have that for you in 5 minutes.
All right, Cut Sheet is coming up on the other side, and... That's all right. I can take it. I got thick skin. YouTube chatters, come fire. Just remember when you come swinging at the king, just don't miss. That's all I'm saying. Back after this.
Oh my God.
So this weekend, this Sunday, first day of fall, if you can believe it, summer over. Everybody's back on the roads, back to school, back to work, going from place to place. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they're going to help you find that luxury vehicle you've been eyeing. You've been looking at it. You earned it. Now go get it with a little help from my friends at Piazza. They have thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles from brands such as Mercedes-Benz, Land Rover, Jaguar, Maserati, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo. These are beautiful, powerful vehicles, so sleek. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. You can always stop by one of their Pennsylvania, Delaware, or New Jersey dealers. PIAZZA, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles.
Highly logical.
Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement, and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter. Locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Your first successful omelet flip. The creme brulee they're still talking about. Life's most enduring moments deserve to be set in stone. And at Colonial Marble and Granite, a complete kitchen featuring stone counters from the region's most extensive selection can cost just $6,999. That's countertops, sink, and hardware installed, plus cabinetry. Some restrictions apply. See colonialmarble.net for details. Colonial Marble and Granite, the cornerstone of a beautiful home.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at Cherokee High School in Marlton, New Jersey, Saturday, October 26th. It's the story of Philadelphia sports put to music.
Oh, I thought it was awesome. It was funny and like great band. His imitation of the Bee Gees.
The stylistics and stuff, I just love that.
Oh, it was great. This is the third time we've seen him. He's awesome.
I can relate to Joe Conklin. Great variety. There was something for everyone.
That's Conklin with City Rhythm at Cherokee High School in Marlton, New Jersey, Saturday, October 26th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
The following is a paid commercial message.
I'm Kamala Harris. Here's a few things I believe. Middle-class families, like the one I grew up in, they want common sense solutions. You want lower prices and lower taxes. I believe you want to just not get by, but you want to get ahead. We must create an opportunity economy where everyone has a chance to get a car loan, buy a home, start a business. And I believe we can make that happen.
Kamala Harris's plan? Bring down costs by cracking down on corporate price gougers. Make homeownership more affordable for families. A middle-class tax cut for 100 million Americans. And make sure billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share so you can keep more of the money you've earned.
Instead of being focused on the politics of the past, we need to be thinking about the future and how we make it better for families like yours. I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Harris for President.
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, in just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell them Dawn sent you.
If you or someone you know suffered any injuries involving a deployed airbag, you could be entitled to compensation. Morgan & Morgan has already recovered millions. Get America's largest injury law firm fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Still ahead this morning, we will have to take Zach Bryan to task for bending the knee to the Swifties. Oh, boy. Zach Bryan, my guy. Come on, man. Got to find them stones. You did nothing wrong. Don't bend the knee to the left. That's what they want you to do. 855-839-1210. Sean Farish, 8:30. Voicemails coming up 9:45. A lot of other good stories to get to as well this morning. Fascinating study that I read in the New York Post where neurologists and neuroscientists did a study on the brain to figure out what the difference is neurologically between conservatives and liberals. We'll share those details with you.
Nice.
Coming up. Yeah, it's a very fascinating story.
That's a tease, man.
Yeah, I like that one. We'll kick that around coming up post-Farish in the 9 o'clock hour. But right now, 7:53, let's get to a Friday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet on this Friday is sponsored by Cherry Hill Volvo. Enjoy a back-to-school savings on a 36-month lease of a 2024 front-wheel drive S60 for $369 per month. Down payment, registration fees, and taxes due at inception. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Thank you, Cherry Hill Volvo, for sponsoring the Friday edition, always the best edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. Okay, I mentioned this earlier. Kellyanne Conway, South Jersey's own Kellyanne Conway. Dawn and I know her.
Yes.
We've been in her presence. She's been in our studios.
Very lovely.
She did an interview with Tim Alberta from, I think it's Politico. And he asked her about Laura Loomer, who is a social media provocateur, I guess is what you call her.
Former member of Project Veritas.
And how she seems to be, because she was the first one off the plane when Trump landed in Philadelphia for the debate a couple weeks ago, seems to be advising her and helping her with debate stuff and helping the campaign. She was asked about that by Tim. This is what she said. Cut 10, Phil. And remember, by the way, she advised him in the 2016 campaign that he won. So her words matter to me, at least. Cut 10, Phil, go.
Because I have one more debate question. Why was Laura Loomer on his plane heading to that debate?
I prefer Laura Trump. That would be my favorite Laura to be around him. She's doing a great job at the RNC. I don't know, and I'm not here to criticize his campaign team. I don't do that. What I'm here to say is that I think that any one moment, like our shock absorbers are so thick in this country now for so many reasons. You just mentioned a bunch of them that have only really happened in the last 70 days, 80 days. Tim, I think our shock absorbers are so thick that there's no one moment or incident that people say, aha. And lots of folks, in fairness, have, and people that we both know very well.
When you ran a campaign, Kellyanne,
yeah, but
for
we
president,
have, you know what?
Would you have let Laura Loomer on the plane?
No. Because people, I don't know her. I don't know that I've ever been in the same room with her. People have shown me what she has said. I'm not a big fan of Twitter. I'm not a big fan of, I just don't live on social media. I'm not willing to live online. I'm willing to live offline with all of you here. Just taste, looks, smells, and is better.
I'm sorry.
But so I didn't know this person. I know, so when I learned more about her and what she was saying, including to my 19-year-old daughter, it's unacceptable. And I pushed back on that. And I've had a conversation or two with the president since that I won't reveal. And I like what I heard. I will just say that. And I don't really care what she says. I don't care what people screaming on social media say. It doesn't really matter. It matters to me if they're anti this or anti that. And I know that they don't reflect the principle. So no, she wouldn't have been there.
If in fact she doesn't reflect the principle. If we're sure.
If she doesn't. The things I've seen, I don't understand why people feel the need to scream and complain and bellyache online as much as everybody seems to do. And
so Kellyanne Conway says, I will not criticize her. Well, I will. Well, that's what I'm paid to do, and I just don't really give any damn. So I am going to criticize Laura Loomer. And I'm going to read you a tweet at first. And this goes back to Mark Robinson. Stop affiliating yourself with toxic individuals. Donald Trump and his campaign and anybody on that side of the spectrum, they don't need to give the left any more fodder to run with their narratives. And Laura Loomer, again, and Kellyanne lays it out there, I don't live on social media. You know, Laura Loomer, I'm looking at her profile. She's got 1.3 million followers. Does she do some good work from time to time where she's accurate? Yes. She's a lot like some of these other people, like Alex Jones or these other provocateurs that they get 1 out of 5 stories right, which I give them credit for. But 80% of the time they crash and burn looking like idiots. And again, I don't believe that Laura Loomer and these social media influencers that everybody lives and dies by as their source of news, I don't really, especially the ones that make a lot of money, I don't think they really care if Trump wins or not. Trump is a vehicle for them to make a profit. And that's what you have to, they are not going to help your cause at the local level, at a grassroots level, to win a swing state, to win a district, whatever it might be. And when I said last segment that I would jettison Laura Loomer so fast her head would spin until Tuesday, it's tweets like this. I want to read this tweet for you. And I challenge any single person listening that to argue the unbelievable, absurd, gross nature of this tweet and try to come to Laura Loomer's defense. 855-839-12, and I'll let you climb in right now, okay? You can slide into the chamber, okay?
Oh, boy.
She says, this is Laura Loomer, which, by the way, got flagged on X, which is Elon Musk's platform, for hateful conduct. If Kamala Harris wins, the White House will smell like curry. And White House speeches will be facilitated via a call center, and the American people will only be able to convey their feedback through a customer satisfaction survey at the end of the call that nobody will understand. That is 100% a racist comment. I mean, and I don't know if she's a racist person, but she made a racist comment. Get rid of her.
If it was a joke, it would be funny. Like if somebody said that on stage, it would be funny.
I would laugh my ass off at a comedy show.
Yeah.
But not when she is the first person getting off the plane with Donald Trump. And there's all these stories. Is she on the payroll? Is she an employee? The Trump campaign has said no. Laura Loomer has come out and said no. If that's the case, then and you lost 4 years ago and you want to win like you did 8 years ago, this is just my personal opinion. I would surround myself with people that helped me win, not people that helped me lose. And I know there's like a small contingent of people out there that don't trust Kellyanne Conway. She's very meticulous. She's very smart. She's not toxic. And she was a part of the formula that defeated Hillary Clinton. But if it makes you feel better and in your little safe space on X and Rumble and Truth, and you want the Laura Loomers because she's like Tucker, and then good, have them. And then you can lose. And you can get mad at me and your nuts can get in a vice. I really don't care. I'm telling you the truth. If I guarantee you, and I don't know how many people, if Laura Loomer walked into a coffee shop, nobody would know who she is. She's a social media person. She's known in one little circle on one platform. Outside of that, in the real world, nobody knows who she is. But I guarantee you, if everybody consumed her content, she would have a major negative favorability score. But if you want that, knock yourself out. Because I know we live on X and, we got the Benny Johnsons of the world. And, we all just live with the same 13 people that fill up our ecosphere with this. You know what? And honestly, they're no different than Democrats. They're all sharing the same talking points, right? Take your top 15 conservative social media influencers when a story breaks. It's almost verbatim. So in that regard, it's no different than the left. It's just the side that you agree with. And that makes you feel good. It makes me feel good, too. I'm complicit as well. Stalkers yelled at me on the air for retweeting things that might not be true. I fall for it as well. But when it's so obvious with people like Laura Loomer, get rid of them. I know Sean Ferris loves Laura Loomer. I'm going to ask Sean point blank, what does she offer? I'm going to ask Sean in 29 minutes. What does she bring you for a bottom line standpoint? Other than the fact that you get to retweet her and say, gotcha. Okay. All right.
I think Trump has tried to. He's already been asked about it, and he seems like he distanced himself. He said, look, I don't speak for her. And yeah, she was on, she was along with the group of the campaign, but you could already tell that it seems like he's distancing.
Which is so odd because he's really figured out this time around how to reach young people with social media. He's doing the Logan Paul podcast. Mm-hmm. He's doing the Theo Vaughn podcast. He's gone down the road of finding where the Utes go for information and content. And I don't care for Logan Paul or Theo Vaughn. I don't listen to their podcast, but man, that's a super smart move. And for every 2 or 3 things that he does that's really smart, he does something like this with Laura Loomer. Just God. Why don't you just drop a grenade in your own shorts? And let CNN pull the clip while they're at it.
By the way, Chevy Mike on the YouTube chat says he would rather have Loomer than Kellyanne Conway any day.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go, Mike.
I just think that the bottom line on all of this is that, we're down to the wire here. And so this requires laser focus.
Yep.
And so, great. Okay, he did the social media influencers. He did that little tour, and now it's time to, get down to the nitty gritty and campaign and not have any mistakes. And so, she doesn't. I don't think that she's campaigning with him anymore. I think that little phase is over. And so I think with
I don't know about that.
Is she still?
I don't know about that.
I think they've distanced themselves a little bit.
I don't know about that. Okay.
Without trashing her, obviously, but just
By the way, for all the people saying they would rather have Laura Loomer than Kellyanne Conway,
is that the consensus in the YouTube chat? Because I don't look at the YouTube chat.
No. Oh. For all the people saying that, though, like how many elections has Laura Loomer won? 0. How many could she potentially lose for Trump? 1. How many has Kellyanne Conway won for Trump? 1. So, like, the proof is in the pudding.
But Greg, she gets 80,000 likes on a post. That means she's an influencer.
Boy, it is Kellyanne Conway, for whatever she's doing with the Trump campaign, she needs to be doing more of it.
She got 27,000 retweets.
Yep.
Because she ratioed some lib. Okay. Yeah, too bad elections aren't determined on X.
Yeah, I think there's an issue with her. She's advising, Dawn, I don't want to say something that's not true. She's advising some Ukraine company or something like that. Is that true?
Kellyanne Conway.
Yes.
Yeah, she registered. She registered as, what is it, the FARA. This is the thing that Banyan got in trouble with and went to jail for, because you have to register if you're representing a foreign entity. And so, that's actually one of the things Hunter got a pass on, allegedly, because remember, Hunter worked and represented these foreign entities and did not register. But in any event, Kellyanne properly registered, and she's working for an oligarch in Ukraine there, and it's a nonprofit, but she is working for an oligarch in Ukraine. And so many have said, well, she can't be she's making a ton of money, by the way, but she can't officially represent Trump. If she would have to drop that person if she were to jump back on the campaign, which some insiders have pushed to bring Kellyanne back.
So some people are pushing back to saying, well, she's married to George Conway.
No, she's not. They're divorced.
There we go. Yeah, there we go.
Because he's that little toad.
Yeah, I hate toads, by the way.
He is such a toad with the Lincoln pedophile project and that whole thing.
Last comment for me on this, I'll just say this. Linda Kearns greater than Laura Loomer.
So 100%.
So for all of you out there that think Laura Loomer is an asset, Linda Kearns is doing far more important work that will actually have a tangible result than some donkey on X.
I'm not saying. Look, I think Trump was wise in not trashing Laura Loomer, but what he said was, hey, we have a lot of people come in and come out and this and that. He didn't trash or anything, but he's distant. You can tell he's distancing himself, and I think that they're moving on. They have to move forward. And so she served a great purpose. She's a great supporter. Leave that alone. The news cycles go on. Just leave it alone. Let it go.
Yeah.
All right, so last night, Kamala Harris did an interview with Oprah.
Oh my God!
In Detroit.
Oh, this is.
It was basically like they brought out all the stars: Meryl Streep, Julia Roberts, Chris Rock.
Did you see around the backdrop of the actual live studio audience? They had the virtual cameras where you can
No.
remember remember when professional wrestling had no crowds during the pandemic?
Yep.
They put up all the LED TVs and you could watch it virtually.
I did not notice that.
That was a COVID lockdown measure that they used last night in 2024.
Truth be told, I watched it at 5:30 this morning, so I didn't. I just watched clips at 5:30 this morning. I didn't watch the whole thing. Oprah going all in, by the way. Oprah going all in on her gal Kamala. Let's start with what Oprah said. Phil, I just sent this to you. This is cut 25 about voting and decency and really making her pitch for Kamala Harris. This is Oprah, America's sweetheart. Oprah, cut 25. Phil, go.
I want to say thank you, Madam Vice President. I also want to say thank you, Joe Taker. Thank you, Joe Taker. Who started the gatherings on Zoom and all of the grassroots. Now, each of you listening tonight, you become your own grassroots organization to go forward and do something, coming together for the largest Zoom call we've all ever had. Thank you so much. I just want to say, for all of you watching,
I see this now.
who are still on the fence,
Uh-oh.
you're in the middle, you're independent as I am, or whether you're just still don't know what you're going to do. This is the moment for all decent people, all caring people who want the best for yourself and you want the best for other people. This is the moment for people who are tired of all of the bickering and all of the name calling, people who are exhausted by the craziness and the made up stories and the conspiracies. This is the moment. You want to get on with your life because you know that we can do better and that we deserve better. You know this. I know you know this. I know you feel this. I know this is what you're saying amongst yourselves. It's in all the conversations that we're having, that you're having. And we're better than this. We're better. We're better. And we want to create a world where our children will be safe in school again.
She has the vice president on stage with her, and she is like, she's commanding the stage. Like it's like, step aside, lady. I'm here, and I'm going to tell you because you can't make the case for yourself.
Man, never forget back in 1988 when Trump was on the Oprah show, she asked him if he would one day run for president. Never forget when Oprah penned that letter to Donald Trump saying, and I'm paraphrasing here, the two of us, could you imagine us on a ticket? We would be great. You know, Trump and Oprah were like this, and then Trump goes R, and now. So you talk about returning to civility and the name calling. Oh, I'm sorry, Oprah, name calling like calling another man Hitler that's never harmed one single Jew in his life, or calling a man a threat to democracy, and you know, protecting Americans as she talked about there. Oh, you mean the same lady that's next to you that let 15 million plus illegal immigrants come into the country and harm women and children with fentanyl and rape and assault? So it is so. It honestly. Honestly, God, what I do right now for a living, this is not difficult stuff. You just take what they do and what they say and you flip it right back on them. And anybody that's paid attention to anything the last 4 years could just totally, if this was a debate between Oprah and I would eviscerate her in 9 seconds. It'd be over. It's a wrap. Ring the bell. Throw in the towel, Mick. I mean, they didn't, and then she doesn't even let Kamala speak. And you hear
calling
Kamala,
me a Mick?
She hears Kamala. She goes, yeah. Like seriously, Oprah. By the way, I know we got more. Do you think Oprah carries? Because we've seen Hillary out there, right? And I'm like, I don't think Hillary's really doing much to help Kamala. Do we think Oprah still has the weight she had even 10 years ago?
No, she has weight, but no.
Wow.
By the way, Peter M. brings up a good question. Was Oprah a freak-off participant?
Great question.
You know, she was a buddy with P. Diddy. She was a boy. Yeah, I know there's no evidence. I know there's no evidence, but you know, one can speak, one can talk, right? Sorry, Dawn.
I think the most compelling part of this, and this is the part that the networks are focusing on.
Boy, that would be a freak-off.
Stop.
Sorry.
With a capital F.
It's a sin.
God. It is.
So I think that the most compelling part of this was they had the family members of a woman who died after she went to the hospital and they needed to perform a procedure on her and couldn't in a state with tough abortion laws or whatever. Oh. And the woman, once they did the C-section, it was 20 hours later, she actually died. Oh. And so it's like there was not a dry eye. Everybody's crying and they're talking about abortion law and that. So to me, the big takeaway of this and what I think will have some residual effect is that Oprah with this family and the family. Look, you're very sympathetic to the family. It's heart wrenching, and so that I think will resonate with people. That's what's going viral.
And you had to expect that, right? On that stage, on that platform, with that audience, with Oprah, with Kamala, that plays right. I mean, I would have assumed, and I didn't watch all of it, but I would assume that was probably right off the top or very early, or did they do that later on? I don't know.
By the way, talk about the company you keep. I mean, she was buddies with Harvey Weinstein. She was buddies with P. Diddy.
Oh,
I mean, like just stop with
all the freaks
with the virtue signaling.
Yes.
It's like, oh, decency. Like, look at the people you surround yourself with, sweetie.
Yeah. Well, she didn't. Oprah never surrounded herself with people.
Well, that's true. And
I mean, everybody sucked up to her. Everybody wanted to go
Right.
on her show, but I don't know that she surrounded herself.
Whether it's Oprah or it's Trump, whether it's Republican or Democrat, when you're at the top of the food chain and you're around a lot of these celebrities, just because you have been seen with Pete, and again, like, I mean, if there was a picture of Trump and Jeffrey Epstein together, doesn't mean that Trump knew about X. It doesn't mean Trump went to the island. Same thing with Oprah or Kamala Harris. Yeah, just because they were together in one social set. I mean, how many times have we been in our lives around somebody that probably has some skeletons in their closet that we are not privy to or don't know? Doesn't make you guilty or in on it.
So a lot of celebrities zoomed in. I guess they couldn't be bothered to be there in person. Let's start with Meryl Streep. This is cut 23, Phil. Meryl Streep, go.
Hello, President Harris. Oh. Yeah.
Yeah! Woo! I feel like I'm watching the Ellen DeGeneres.
47 days. 47 days, yes.
All right, so Meryl Streep called in and called her President Harris.
I believe she called in from another country because didn't she claim that if Trump was going to win the presidency, she would leave America?
By the way, I got to say this. All of these celebrity, surrounding, it's not, like, it doesn't help like the Democrats think it does.
Right.
It actually turns a lot of people off.
Yes.
Because like my kids have no
correct
teenagers or even people in their, let's say, that demographic that's needed.
Yeah.
Those first-time voters or even, people in their, let's say, early to mid-20s, they don't know who Oprah is. She doesn't carry that star power with them.
That's what I'm saying, yes.
Right?
Yep.
That ended with my generation.
And they don't even know who Meryl Streep is.
Correct. 18 to 29-year-olds have no idea.
Yeah,
who
they're
Meryl
like, look
Streep
at
is.
all these old women getting together. So I think the only thing that they can put viral that resonates in that entire thing is that story of that poor family.
Yep.
And by the way, Trump has said that in situations like that, he would support whatever a doctor has to do in those dire moments when the lady's baby was not going to make it and the lady's life was in danger. Trump has emphatically said yes in those emergency moments. Doctors need to save the mother. They knew they already lost the baby. So he's been very clear on that and said that he stands with Reagan. But that moment, I think that's the only moment I see that can resonate on social media.
Julia Roberts also there. By the way, 1990 called, and that was the last.
They want their Academy Award winners.
That's the last time Julia Roberts had a hit.
Yeah.
She also called in. By the way, they all zoomed in. Nobody could bother being there.
Yeah. Well, they didn't want to get COVID.
So this was in Michigan.
Cut 24, Phil. Julia Roberts, go.
But this has become such a global representation of our country and what we stand for. And I get to travel internationally a lot. And I want people to say, oh, you're American? And not, how's it going over there?
Yes.
So
I want to
replace
get
Biden.
back to that space.
Exactly.
Yeah, last time I checked, the bigger laughing stock was when Joe was in office, not Trump.
By the way, if you're looking on, I'm sorry, Nick. If you're looking on YouTube, Julia Roberts has the Jeffrey Dahmer glasses on.
Yeah.
I don't know what that's about.
Right, that is an odd look.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's always fascinating to me when the Hollywood elites come out and, stump for the Democrat. One, it doesn't create any blowback for their bottom line at the box office, as opposed to if they were stumping for a Republican. And two, ultimately, at the end of the day, if you ask them off the record, is your bottom line impacted by Trump or Biden? When you make $35 million a year, you probably haven't flinched.
Bryan Cranston is the only one. I mean, Chris Rock as well. I would say Bryan Cranston and Chris Rock were the only ones who zoomed in who I would say have relevance where younger people know who they are.
Yeah.
I'm going to get back to this in a second. I just wanted to, because we're playing a lot of the Hollywood elites and Oprah and everybody, I actually want to play a clip. This is clip 14, Phil. I actually want to play a clip from an actual Michigan voter. Forget Julia Roberts, Meryl Streep, and all these paid shills. Exactly. Thank you, Nick Kayal. So what do Michigan voters are actually saying? This is cut 14. Phil, go.
Tommy, how are you feeling about the election? Who are you going to vote for and why?
I will vote for Donald Trump this year. I am typically a Democrat. I've voted Democrat every year until Donald Trump ran for office. This year, In the past, I voted for Donald Trump. The reasons has been economical primarily. 3.5 years ago, I made more money. I paid less taxes. Gas prices were cheaper. Now, everything has tripled, including grocery prices. I can go to Subway to get a $7 sandwich for 6 inches now. That used to be half that price, $3.
$5
doubled. My grocery prices doubled. I'm concerned about the border. We've let millions of people in, a lot of criminals, etc. The border needs to be shut down to where we only bring in those individuals that go through a legal process. And when Democrats are running for office like they're proposing now, they have this proposal of new homeowners getting a stipend of money to buy a house. Well, nothing is free. That means that if we give out more money, my taxes are going to go up to pay for those new owners.
All right.
So I'm going to live
A lot of issues.
with a lot of less money every year just because they're giving it away to other people.
Okay, so a lot of it.
There you go. Economy, borders, and wars. I keep hammering it home. That's a classic case of don't judge a book by its cover. Guy's got a hat on, says Second Amendment, God, guns, and guts. But if you listen to him, lifelong Democrat who's going to be voting for Trump because the $5 footlong is no longer the $5 footlong at Subway, right? Yeah, it's like $8 for the $5 footlong. Bidenomics.
All right, I
By the way, did you see at the bottom of the scroll on BBC News for that clip? It said Lebanon bans pagers and walkie-talkies for flights out of Beirut.
Oh my goodness. Can you imagine?
By the way, so let's go back to Kamala in Detroit with Oprah, shall we? I dare anybody to understand or to explain to us what Kamala Harris is saying in this quote. This is cut 21, Phil. The question is, what is on your heart to say to the American people?
Okay, seems like a very entry-level question that you could ask a sixth grader, in a school assembly.
Cut 21, Phil, go.
What is on your heart to say to the American people as we have 47 days until November 5th? What's on your heart? To say to particularly those people who are still undecided or maybe indifferent or on the fence still?
We love our country. I love our country. I know we all do. That's why everybody's here right now. We love our country. We take pride in the privilege of being American. And this is a moment where we can and must come together as Americans, understanding we have so much more in common than what separates us. Let's come together with the character that we are so proud of about who we are, which is we are an optimistic people. We are an optimistic people.
Yeah, boy.
Americans, by character, are people who have dreams and ambitions and aspirations. We believe in what is possible. We believe in what can be. And we believe in fighting for that. That's how we came into being. Because the people before us understood that one of the greatest expressions for the love of our country, one of the greatest expressions of patriotism, is to fight for the ideals of who we are, which includes freedom to make decisions about your own body, freedom to be safe from gun violence, freedom to have access to the ballot box, freedom to be who you are and just be, to love who you love openly and with pride, freedom to just be.
Freedom.
And that's who we are. We believe in all that. And so this is a moment where we stand knowing what we are fighting for. We're not fighting against. It's what we're fighting for.
I guess the best response I could give to that word salad is this.
Harry, get your fat ass out of the couch. You're going to vote for Trump today, Harry.
Okay? You're not going to vote for Kamala today, Harry, all right? I mean, seriously, there's a couple of things here. She has this look on her face early on in that clip where It's almost like she's trying to visually remember the rehearsed lines that she was looking over on the note cards. And then once she finds it, and she does kind of, not that hitting her stride and hitting her groove is competent or adequate or answering the question, but by her standards, once she gets going, then the hands start to come out. And then you really start to hear the cliches that make no sense at all. It is, I'll tell you what, for somebody who is only asked, because apparently that's her strength, is to memorize things, she's not great at memorization. I mean, that is a basic question. You don't need to memorize anything. And that's the thing I like about Trump. Trump has his talking points. Trump has his prompter. You know, there are certain things, you know, when he talks about invasions, he's got certain words that he kind of uses that are in his wheelhouse. But it shouldn't take her at 60 years old 5 minutes to get through a question that you should be able to just like, she never riffs. Do you think she could do the cut sheet? Do you think she could actually come here and comment on a litany of clips?
Wait, Nick Kayal welcoming in Vice President Kamala Harris.
I would love that.
We could do the Kamala cut sheet one day.
I love that.
Bring her in and let her riff, and I guarantee you it will be an unmitigated disaster.
I would love
because
that.
it's not rehearsed.
Thank you. All right.
I'm sorry, Dawn, if you had anything to add there, that's fine.
No, that was brilliant. I think that that whole thing, first, you know what it reminds me of? Those days when, you know, maybe I had a moment with my girlfriends and we've had a few too many glasses of wine and they're like, I love you, girl, and to be. And like the way she's speaking is almost like to me, she's had a couple of glasses of wine and you're sort of very relaxed and you're a little bit liquored up and you want to be, and I love you. You know what I mean? This is not a high energy, I am the Vice President of the United States of America. Here's my plan. Here's why I want you to hire me as president. There's nothing there. What did she just, what did she say?
You know what would actually really benefit her is her to have an unscripted, heated meltdown where she just goes after somebody, like a reporter, an unhinged rant against a Republican, just something to show that she's not like this zombie or this fifth grade teacher that's, you know, reading to 11-year-olds. Like I think there's an image problem with her that is completely legitimate where, to your point, it's like we all speculate. Is she medicated? Did she get high before this? Did she have 4 glasses of Cabernet? Like, what is going on here? Like, she needs to have like a Trump bombastic blow up to show that she's actually a human being with, like, you know, some of the intangibles that sometimes can backfire on you in your life. Like, I've never seen her other than this, like, rehearsed, contrived. It's like it's like a bad script.
By the way, she was asked, or she said in the debate that she owns a gun, right?
Yes.
She said that both her and
She's
Tim Walz
repeatedly said that.
own guns. Can you play cut 22, Phil?
I'm a gun owner. Tim Walz is a gun.
I did not know that.
If
And I thought
somebody
that was
breaks in my
powerful.
house, they're getting shot.
Yes, I hear that. I hear that.
Probably should not have said that.
But
my staff will deal with that later.
Wow.
I mean,
they're getting shot because she has Secret Service protection. Yeah. If somebody breaks into her house, yes, they're going to get shot because of Secret Service protection, not because of her. First of all, she doesn't own a gun. That's a complete lie. She has
repeatedly claimed that she's a gun owner.
I don't know, man. I could see. I mean, Democrats are typical hypocrites where they say they're against this, but they have that, right? Masks for thee, but not for me. So I could totally see her owning a firearm. The bigger question is, does she know how to use it? My guess is she probably couldn't even figure out how to unlock the safety.
I think this is a great poll question, Phil. If you can put up this poll question, does Kamala Harris own a gun? Yes or no? Yes, she's a hypocrite, or no, she doesn't know how to fire a gun.
Right, because this is a lady that has said repeatedly that, you know, we need to have mandatory buybacks, and she's coming for your guns. So in that regard, for hypocrisy, so she wants to take your guns, but damn sure I got a gun in my purse.
I want to play with. I want to play this clip before we get to Sean Farish, who was in the on-deck circle, or should I say Donald Trump? Sean Farish and Donald Trump.
Yeah,
in the on-deck
both
circle.
of them simultaneously.
So I think this was CNN that did an interview with one of the flotilla, the Trump flotillas. He's shirtless, holding a beer. They thought that they were going to get a rube.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When they asked him about inflation, like, hey, you're clearly rich.
This is one of the Trump boating sessions.
Yes, you own a boat. How come? Why do you care about inflation? And he actually gives a really good answer. This is actually, I have to play this because he actually curses on TV, which is funny into itself. All right, Phil, let's do cut 8, my friend. Go.
What's your most important issue?
The economy, getting the interest rates down, getting it where we can afford to live in America. Right now, it's too expensive.
Okay, now let me maybe ask like a slightly impolite question. But, if you can afford a boat, you're not hurting so bad, right? Because a boat costs a lot of money and it's a lot of upkeep.
Listen, nobody gave me I earned everything that I've got.
Hell yeah, brother.
I'm retired military, retired power plant, and I am successful and retired and with boats, jet skis, because I did it right. And everybody has that chance. Whether they choose or not, that's up to them.
There you go.
I would never try to take anything away from you in that way. But what I'm asking is, groceries are probably a smaller part of your budget than, say, someone who's like a little worse off.
So?
I think it's interesting that people who are a little bit more comfortable are still so concerned about the economy. Did you see what I'm saying?
Because I want my money to go further. I want inflation to go down. I want interest rates to go back down. I want all that, but that covers everybody in the economy. Not just me, not just the poor, not just the rich. It covers everybody.
Now, something I've heard from some people, tell me if this applies to you, is like they're worried their kids aren't able to afford a house or a car.
No, I trained my kids and taught my kids properly. They have great educations, and they're both successful in their careers. Actually, they're doing better than me.
Oh, man.
So they should give a little of their money back as well, according to the CNN socialist.
I got to say, this guy, life goals.
Yeah.
Hanging out on his boat.
Yeah.
In the sun.
Yeah.
With a beer.
Yeah.
Like, what is
Well, you own a pontoon, sir. I don't think inflation has hurt you. Which, by the way, I mean, you can get a pontoon boat for 25, 30 grand. It's no different than buying a low-end car.
Yeah.
Doesn't make you rich because you have a pontoon on a lake. She act like he had a yacht. Jeez. These people, man. Well, we should let's redistribute the wealth so everybody gets a little bit.
I just love that CNN went up to him because they thought that they were going to catch a rube. Like, I don't know nothing about no inflation. I just like Donald Trump because he says pretty words. That's what they were hoping. And he said
because they still, after 8 years, do not have a great idea about what MAGA Republicans are. Oh, they're hostile. Oh, and then see, here's the thing. Get out in the real world and actually converse with human beings, and you'll find out that usually it's not true.
I want to play one more clip before we get to Sean. This is cut 12, Phil. But first, I want to say this, that we have the does Kamala Harris own a gun? Is the poll question right now in the YouTube chat. Right now, very early. It was only put up 3 minutes ago. Excuse me. No, at 55%.
That's pretty close.
People think like me that it's that she's actually just lying, that she doesn't own a gun.
Okay, so 55-45 no.
Yes, 57-43 right now. So go vote. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. EKZ writes, please more Sean, less Greg. Okay, Sean's
coming up. Sean's coming up.
Sean will be here in 5 minutes.
You get your fix.
EKZ.
He
loves me. He loves me.
Marcus Aurelius says Kamala owns a gun-shaped cigarette lighter for lighting her joints.
We still have a lot more, too. I want to get to Nancy Mace and Michael Eric Dyson because I think that is hysterical.
Oh, she brought out the receipts.
Yeah. And then he tried to defend himself, but he really didn't. We'll get to that before the end of the show. All right, this is cut 12. Hillary Clinton is on her book tour. She was asked about her marriage to Bill Clinton.
Oh, boy.
And this response is amazing. Cut 12, Phil, go.
Nobody really knows what happens in a marriage except the two people in it.
Oh, boy.
And every marriage I'm aware of has ups and downs. Not public, hopefully, for everyone else. And you have to make the decisions that are right for you. And I would never tell anybody else, stay in a marriage, leave a marriage, whatever the easy answer is. And, for me and for us, I think it's fair to say we are so grateful that at this stage of our life, we have our grandchildren. We have our time together. You know, I write about how we start the morning playing spelling bee in bed, and, you know, Bill is like such a great player. He gets to Queen Bee almost immediately, it feels like.
Spelling bee in bed.
We just have a good time. We have a good time sharing this life that we've lived together for now nearly 50 years of marriage. That's what is right for us.
Yeah.
And that's really my message.
Yeah,
They have a great time, guys, and they play spelling bee in bed.
Well, and if you can't figure out how to spell the word, you can
Just look up the Google.
It's Hillary.
All right, so Don, let me
sound this out.
I'm gonna put you.
B-L-O-W. Oh, sorry.
I'm gonna put Dawn. I'm gonna put all of you, Greg, on the spot. It's a Saturday morning. Kids are still asleep. It's 7:30. You didn't have to get up at 4:15 with the alarm for Kayal and Company, and you and your spouse are just laying there together in bed. You guys ever played a spelling bee?
Never.
It's kind of weird, right? I think weird's the word they use these days. Weird, right?
That's bizarre.
Yeah. Greg, you ever do a spelling bee with the wife in the bed?
No, I'm like, wait, how many minutes do we have?
I could do it twice.
Well, I mean, you know, they have a great time together, guys. I love any answer, any question about her marriage to Bill.
Yeah.
Is definitely getting on the cut sheet.
See, my question would have been to her.
Yeah.
All right, Hillary, you can only kill one of two men, Bill or Trump.
I love this.
Who would you kill?
It's a great question.
I think it would be 50-50 if we pulled it right now on YouTube, but it would probably get us flagged, so we won't do it.
I wonder if former President Trump, has any thoughts on Bill and Hillary playing spelling bees in bed.
That's right. The president's coming up.
Get up, Harry. Come on, let's go.
Oh, we're going to go. We're going to go. Donald Trump joins us next here on Kayal and Company.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-727-9105. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. When you use Angie for your home projects, you know all your jobs will be done well. Roof repair? Done well. Kitchen sink install? Done well. Deck upgrades? Done well. Electrical upgrade? Done well. Angie's been connecting homeowners with skilled pros for nearly 30 years, so we know the difference between done and done well. Hire high-quality, certified pros at Angie.com.
We're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that our daughters have what they need to grow and learn. But that isn't the case for nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. that struggle with hunger.
Childhood hunger is a heartbreaking reality that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste and provides it to families and children in need.
You can help kids in need in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Warning, the following ZipRecruiter radio spot you are about to hear is going to be filled with F-words.
When you're hiring, we at ZipRecruiter know you can feel frustrated, forlorn even, like your efforts are futile, and you can spend a fortune trying to find fabulous people, only to get flooded with candidates who are just fine. Fortunately, ZipRecruiter figured out how to fix all of that. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, you can forget your frustrations because we find the right people for your roles fast, which is our absolute favorite F word. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day.
Fantastic.
So, whether you need to hire 4, 40, or 400 people, get ready to meet first-rate talent. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. Don't forget, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Finally, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
Just 2 years ago, Bob Casey told us his vote for a $1 trillion spending spree would miraculously reduce inflation. Casey promised his vote
will reduce inflation.
Have you been to a grocery store lately? Did Casey reduce anything except his credibility? In fact, it was Bob Casey's vote for reckless spending that caused this inflation in the first place. Prices went up, and now you're paying more for almost everything. Casey admits he failed. Prices have skyrocketed. Just listen to Casey.
You have boneless chicken going up 38%, and paper products like toilet paper going up 35%.
Groceries cost more. Rent and housing cost more. Pennsylvania families are struggling. Casey promised to fix this mess. Instead, he made it worse. Bob Casey failed. We need a change to get back on track. It's time to change Washington. It's time to fire Bob Casey. Senate Leadership Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. SenateLeadershipFund.org.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien High Efficiency Tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
This is a commercial for California Psychics, America's most trusted psychic network. So, if you're waiting for a sign, this is it. No, really, this is it. You won't see your soulmate's face in the clouds or your career path mapped out in your cappuccino foam. This really is it. We could add some dramatic sound effects if you'd like. So what you waiting for? Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Tell me how to live my life. Who are you to tell me if it's black or white? Mama, can you hear me try to understand? Is innocence the difference between a boy and a man? My daddy lived a life, it's just the price that he paid. Sacrificing life, just slaving away.
Ah, yes, a little Bon Jovi. Hopefully you having a nice day, a nice morning, a nice start to your Friday. As we continue, Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg, questioning the answers, answering the questions, giving you some laughs on your way to or from work. And speaking of laughs, speaking of answers, time to chat with our buddy, our pal. He's the 45th president of the United States. He's hopefully the 47th president of the United States. And when he's not being shot at, he joins Kayal and Company. Mr. President, good to have you back on the program, sir.
Well, I have to say this. We're very happy to be here. And my good friend Woody Johnson, I don't know why they named him that. It's a very strange name. But my good friend Woody Johnson and his New York Jets actually won a game yesterday, and they won 2 games in the last 5 days. I don't know what the hell is happening, but we're very happy about that. Woody is very, very happy about that. And I'm still, the word of the day, flummoxed over what the hell we saw on the interview with Kamala Harris and Oprah. And a lot of people are saying it. This is what I'm hearing. It's the first time it's the first time Oprah has ever been that close to a salad before. Lots of salads. It was really something special to watch that. And really something special, I can tell you.
You know, Mr. President, I do want to talk about the serious issue that you had to endure on Sunday, but you brought up Oprah, so let's stay there for a moment. Another Hollywood elitist right at the top of the food chain that used to love you. You guys were best friends, and then all of a sudden...
First of all, hold on, excuse me. She's definitely at the top of the food chain. You can look at her and tell you.
Yes.
That woman is, she eats a lot. I can tell you that. She eats a lot. And then, that's the reason why grocery prices are so high. There's no supply, I can tell you. Her and Chris Christie, the gas giants.
Yes.
The gas giants.
You're on her show in the late 80s. You guys were letters about running together, and eventually you decide to pull the trigger and go for it and run for president. She doesn't, and now she's out there stumping for Kamala, another fraud, just because you put a little R next to your name, sir.
Well, you keep lobbing me softballs. She's never run a day in her life, okay? You look at it, but, you look at the interview last night, and you saw Kamala Harris. Somebody asked her, what are you going to do to limit the cost or lower the cost of living? And she said, well, we have dreams and we have aspirations, and we have a right to have dreams and rightfully dream about having rights and so many rights. And we want to make a right on red from the right lane. It's an incredible thing. In a school bus, too. You can make a right on red in a school bus because we have the right to rightfully dream about the rights that we rightfully have. This is what she said yesterday. And we heard the highly respected Dawn. She said, what the hell is she saying? Nobody knows what the hell she's saying. So you look at Oprah, who you said, not me. I didn't say that. Top of the food chain. I didn't say that. You said that. I call her Jabba the Hutt. And you have it. You have her on there. What a terrible interview. And I don't think she realizes this, Oprah, but she was the iceberg who sank the Titanic last night. And she might have actually sank the real Titanic. She turned it into a submarine. But you look at it, that interview was a complete and total disaster. And everybody ought to be looking at it and scratching their heads like nobody's ever scratched their heads before. Like Rick Wilson from the Lincoln Project. He has a dandruff problem. He scratches his head like nobody's ever seen. But nobody has ever seen something worse than what cackling comrade Kamala did last night. That much I can tell you.
I'm sure you don't want to relive it, but your thoughts on what exactly transpired Sunday in Florida on what was supposed to be just another routine day of golf for you on your property?
Well, nobody's talking about this, but I was the first person to see the guy, and I said, sir, give me my 3-wood. I'm going to take him out. They said, sir, this is a long hole. It's a par 5. You're going to make it with a 3-wood? I said, first of all, I could hit the 3-wood longer than anybody's ever hit a 3-wood before. But then I realized the would-be assassin, who for some strange reason, what a stupid person, was wearing a salmon shirt. I would never have done that. If I was trying to take somebody out, I would never wear salmon because you could see that. And that's how I saw him. I saw that he was in the trees, and I'm such a great golfer, I can't hit the ball in the trees. So I told the Secret Service, go get that guy, and they got him. And we shouldn't be dealing with things like that. But this guy is such a whack job. You know, he tried to fight for Ukraine. And he went over there, and they said, no, thank you. You're too crazy. We don't want you. And so he came and tried to take me out, which is a terrible thing to do. And it's because these crazy, evil people, they keep calling me threat to democracy. They keep calling me all these terrible things. And quite frankly, it's leading to people who are trying to do horrible things to me. Hopefully it's the last time, but I don't think it's going to be.
You know, it's amazing. You never seem to let this get to you. Within 48 hours, you're in New York. You have a rally in Long Island. You're at a Bitcoin bar. You provide a nice, beautiful surprise to a special needs youngster. What is it about New York that kind of gets your blood going and you get energized? Because it does feel like there's a little extra boost to your game when you're in New York, specifically at a Bitcoin bar.
Well, we love Bitcoin, first of all. We love Bitcoin, and we know the founder of Bitcoin, Satoshi Nakamoto. He's a great guy. I actually started Bitcoin with him. I called him Tosh. I said, Tosh, we have to have a Bitcoin. We have to do it, and it's going to be great. He said, what a tremendous idea. I said, you didn't hear that from me. When I run for president, they're going to have a big problem with it. But that's why Bitcoin's color is orange, okay? Because I helped make it with Satoshi Nakamoto. He's a tremendous guy. But we went to a Bitcoin bar. We bought a big, beautiful Bitcoin burger, and it was incredible. But when we come to New York, we love New York. I built the city with my own 2 hands, and when I left, it went to hell. Remember that. When I was there, it was a great place. The minute I left, Big Bird, de Blasio, and the rest of these people, Kathy Hochul, I call her the buck-toothed bandit. You see that? She has a huge problem, and she's from Buffalo. And anybody who's from that area, they call it Western New York, Buffalo. if you're part of they call it Bill's Mafia. These
yeah.
people are born sideways. They're born sideways. They have a lot of problems. You're supposed to come out north-south. They come out east-west. It's not supposed to happen, but this is what happens with these people from Buffalo. And Kathy Hochul, Eric Adams, de Blasio. I left. The state went to hell. I came back. It was great for a day. I left. It went back to hell. So we love New York, and we love Harry, by the way, that fat guy. He's a fat slob. We got to get him out to vote. We got to get him out to vote, and we're going to get him out to vote. Even if we have to lift his big, beautiful behind off the couch with a crane, we're going to get him out to vote.
You know, Mr. President, I was going to ask you about who the hell Harry is, and maybe the audience is probably trying to figure out what are they talking about. Phil, if we could play this, and then, Mr. President, I'd like to get your explanation as to who exactly Harry is. This was you at your Long Island, New York rally just a few nights ago. Phil, if we could play this clip, please.
We can do all of this and more, but patriotic New Yorkers must get your asses out to vote. Gotta get up. Gotta get up. Harry, get up, Harry. Harry, get your fat ass out of the couch. You're going to vote for Trump today, Harry. Get up, Harry. Come on, let's go. Let's go, Harry.
So, Mr. President, care to explain who Harry is?
Well, there's a lot of Harrys out there. First of all, I got along very well with Harry Potter. He's a great guy, wonderful wizard. Hogwarts, it's a beautiful place. I knew Dumbledore very well, by the way. And he's a tremendous guy, too. But Harry is a friend. He's a longtime friend. I've known him for a long time. And the minute I left New York, he started eating, so he has the fat ass, as we said. Not to be confused, by the way, with Harry Sisson, who has, well, other problems with his ass. We're not going to go there. Okay?
Mr. President, no.
We're not going to go there.
Yeah,
no, we're not going to do that.
Okay.
We would never say something like that. We would never say something like that. We could just say a questionable lifestyle. We could just say that. And a possible risk of, they call it monkeypox. But we're not going to talk about it. We're not going to talk about it. So we love Harry in New York. He's a great guy. I've known him for a long time. He put on a lot of weight because he decided when I left, it was time to eat everything in sight. But he's going to get out and vote. He's so big. You know, we said he has a big, beautiful behind. His vote counts for 2 votes. So we're going to get him out, and we're going to make sure that he votes for us. We love Harry. He's a tremendous person.
Speaking of big asses, you know, Lizzo is.
Well, now we're going to talk about Rosie O'Donnell.
Rosie O'Donnell. Rosie O'Donnell. You got. So who's the election denier in Georgia? I'm drawing a blank.
Stacey
on
Abrams.
The beast of the Southeast. Yes. We call her the beast of the Southeast.
You know, Lizzo's got a big keister, but your beautiful wife Melania does not. Melania's got, some would say, the perfect keister. So I need to get your thoughts on this, Mr. President, and I don't mean to pry into her past life, but this has become a story. She's had to defend herself, and I think she's had every right to do so. So your wife Melania defends herself over her nude modeling career, yet I feel like there's this double standard with liberal women who are always talking about body positivity and no fat shaming. So it's okay for Lizzo to get out on stage with almost no clothes, but for some reason your wife gets attacked for doing that. Isn't that the peak definition of hypocrisy, sir?
It's absolutely hypocrisy. You know, Melania is, we call her hot, hot, hot. Nobody's ever seen anything hotter than that. And, I could just tell you she's a tremendous person, and they're saying horrible things about her. And she had a great career, and it was all perfect. She's a perfect person. And then you look at the way Kamala got her career started, and we don't have to talk about it, but we call it overnight under the covers, and Willie Brown will tell you all about it too. The original Hawk Tour girl. That's what we say.
That's not right.
But you look at it, and you have Melania, and she did a tremendous job in her career. You have Lizzo up there jiggling like a vat of Jell-O on a stage. It's unbelievable. Nobody's ever seen anything worse. And we have a problem with Melania. We don't have a problem with Lizzo. Lizzo has a problem with Lizzo. She's been in the gym. She's been working out. Good for her. Make America healthy again. She's voting Trump. Lizzo is voting Trump. She's going to Maha, make America healthy. We love Bobby Kennedy, we love Bobby. Nicole Shanahan, these are healthy people. Lizzo is an unhealthy person. Stacey Abrams is an unhealthy person. And let's not forget, Chris Christie is an unhealthy person. This is somebody, by the way, who broke the lap band. This is unbelievable. They would prescribe him the biggest dose of Ozempic. They'd probably run out, and it still wouldn't work. These are horrible people who are coming after Melania. We love Melania. She's a tremendous person. She's a beautiful person. And what they're saying about her is disgusting. But we know that she's a great person.
Lastly, Mr. President, we think about your first term. We had unrivaled, unmatched peace in the Middle East. And since October 7th of last year, it's been an unmitigated disaster. This week, Israel comes back with what I think is two of the most badass approaches to fighting terrorism I've ever seen, blowing up pagers and walkie-talkies of Hezbollah terrorists. If you are able to win on November 5th, when you win on November 5th, how quickly can you stabilize things in the Middle East?
We will have it stabilized in 24 hours, just like Ukraine. We'll have it stabilized in 24 hours. We love the beeper bomb. The beeper bomb was incredible. I helped create it. I said, here's what you have to do. This was a few years ago. I said, these people are bad people, and they are stuck in a time, long time ago, like the Stone Age. They still use beepers. Let's make them explode. Let's make them explode like Chris Christie's ass after Taco Bell.
Oh, no. Taco burrito. He's got something in his Speedo.
Sloppy Chris Christie. Crazy. What a beautiful rhyme, by the way. Dawn. What a beautiful rhyme. Yes, and she's up there with William Shakespeare, who I called Bill for a long time. He's a great guy. But you look at it, we made the beeper bomb, and these people would never do anything. That's why they didn't do anything against us. We were out. They thought the beeper bombs were out. We took them out. We did very well. We will solve the Israel-Hamas conflict, just like we solved the conflict in Afghanistan. Remember the phone call we had? Perfect phone call. Abdul, we love Abdul. We said, Abdul, your house is beautiful. Look at this house. We're going to take you out if you're in the house, if you kill our people. You didn't kill our people. We're going to do a great job with Israel and Hamas. We're going to end Hamas. We're going to end Hezbollah. And by the way, these people have, it's been a rumor, intimate relationships with goats. And now I hear because of what happened. Now I hear because of what happened with the beepers, the goats are finally on offense. That much I can tell you.
There he is. Donald
wow,
J.
just
Trump
firing on all
us,
cylinders.
A.K.A. Sean Ferris.
By the way, K-Horn on the YouTube chat says Sean is a national treasure.
He is.
I agree. I agree with that. I agree with that.
And we will keep the treasure around in his natural form for one more segment when we come back, because we got to get his opinion on all of the big stories of the week, and we will do that coming up next. Sean Ferris stays with us, 9 o'clock hour on a Friday. Buckle up. It's the best hour of the week, and we're back after this.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This has been a test of the emergency alert system.
The
following is a paid commercial message.
Donald Trump's back, and he's out for control.
I would have every right to go after them.
Complete control.
I will wield that power very aggressively.
And he has a plan to get it.
Detailed plans for exactly what our movement will do.
It's called Project 2025, a 922-page blueprint to make Donald Trump the most powerful president ever, overhauling the Department of Justice, giving Trump the unchecked power to seek vengeance, eliminating the Department of Education, and defunding K-12 schools, requiring the government to monitor women's pregnancies, and Trump has also proposed severe cuts to Medicare and Social Security. Those are Donald Trump's plans.
Well, revenge does take time, I will say that. And sometimes revenge can be justified.
He'll take control, we'll pay the price.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. Paid for by Harris for President.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I want to talk about my friend, dentist, and board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz, and the Bentz Dental Group. With the cooler weather, it's a great time to stop procrastinating. Take care of your dental health. Plus, now's the best time to see a prosthodontist, especially to help with complications as we get older and help prevent major problems. Get the smile you really want. Take control of your oral health. Call the Bentz Dental Group, 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com.
Saving for retirement is one thing. Making your money last? For that, you may need some help. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Is your car still under warranty? No, not anymore. My mechanic just suggested an extended service plan from Ox Car Care. Ox Car Care? Yeah, Ox will cover repair bills if anything happens to the car. New brakes, transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance.
Wait, you pay nothing on repairs? Ox gets it fixed? Free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance?
Yeah, you don't pay. Ox pays. Ox even has a 30-day money-back guarantee and is A+ rated on the BBB. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike those other warranty companies.
The last thing I need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now.
Call Ox Car Care for your free quote. 800-224-8517. Ask about senior and military discounts. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care. 800-224-8517. 800-224-8517. Or go to oxcarcare.com.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process, ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Discover the all-new 2024 Tacoma at Tri-County Toyota. Right now, get rates as low as 4.99% for 60 months or choose 5.99% for 72 months. Experience the trail-dominating power, legendary capability, and captivating style of the redesigned Tacoma. Tri-County Toyota is easy to find off the Limerick exit of 422. Visit TriCountyToyota.com today for more details. And don't forget, when you buy from Tri-County, you get Tri-County for life.
What's on the menu for football season? Pork, of course. Get ready for game day with Hatfield and put some pork on your fork. Elevate your kickoff cuisine and halftime feast with Hatfield's winning lineup of marinated pork tenderloins, pork loin fillets, ground pork and sausage, bacon and ham. Whether you're the tailgate king or gridiron gourmet, Hatfield helps you savor the taste of victory. Visit simplyhatfield.com for play-by-play menu inspiration. Find your flavor with Hatfield.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company, 9:02, fourth and final hour, Friday morning. Nick, Dawn, Greg, and Sean. As we continue on, Sean Ferris joining us for his weekly appearance. Sucks that we have to talk about this, but we do. Biggest story of the week for sure, regardless of whether or not the mainstream media sticks it on the back burner, is what happened Sunday in West Palm at Trump International. And everybody knows the details by now. But, Sean, your thoughts on the second attempt of Trump's life within a, 65-day stretch?
Yeah, same as the first attempt is my thought. It was provoked and encouraged and basically homegrown on the left. You watch MSNBC for 1 minute, and you'll see Rachel Madcow or Joy Reid or some of these people, calling Trump Hitler, or that he's going to be a dictator, or that he's a threat to democracy. And I think it was Ryan Ruth. He wrote in his little manifesto that, no, sorry, it wasn't Ryan Ruth. It was the caller to C-SPAN after this.
That's right. Yes.
From Louisiana. And he was talking about assassination as if it was like defense of the nation, self-defense. And what would put somebody in that mindset? I want to ask the liberals, what would put somebody in that mindset to think that assassinating a presidential candidate was defending your country? Could it be the fact that, if you turn on MSNBC or CNN or any of these mainstream media networks, you read the New York Times for a day, you will hear threat to democracy over and over and over and over and over again. Threat, 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 threat. And when you feel threatened, you feel like you have to defend yourself, right? This is all because of the left. These radical left-wing lunatics, these people who call MAGA supporters terrorists, Jasmine Crockett with the eyelashes, if she blinks too fast, she's going to fly away, right? These people who say MAGA is a threat to us domestically. That's why this keeps happening. That's why it's going to keep happening. It's unfortunate. And then you have these people come out, well, it's Trump. He's asking for it. He's asking for it. What are you talking about? Everything this guy says, you take out of context. He's joking about being a dictator on day one. They're like, oh, there he goes. He's going to be Adolf Hitler all over again. But wait, when did Adolf Hitler say he only wanted to be dictator for one day? When did Adolf Hitler ever walk out of office? I mean, this is the craziest line of attack I've ever heard. Beat him on the issues. If you can't beat him on the issues, admit your issues are terrible. That's all you've got to do. Go ahead and watch that Oprah interview last night. That was an unmitigated disaster. It was a train wreck. But the reason why this type of stuff keeps happening is because the left is encouraging it. The media is fanning the flames. And anybody who continues to turn a blind eye to that is basically an accomplice to what keeps going on. Those attacks on Donald Trump's life, if you like them, if you don't like them, are legitimately an attack on our country and an attack on our, if you want to call it democracy. We live in a constitutional republic, which I know is a newsflash for a lot of people. Those attacks on his life are the greatest. They are literally the greatest attacks on our country that we have seen probably since the JFK assassination.
Yeah, agree with everything you said. That being said, what do you do if you're the Trump campaign, if you're Trump himself, if you're the RNC, whatever it might be? You've got Mark Robinson in the news, North Carolina lieutenant governor running for governor. Obviously, this Laura Loomer stuff is still kind of lingering around. How quickly, how adamantly, when we talk about distancing yourself, disavowing, whatever the word might be, because you know what the left wants to do is they want to take that and then run with that as the story, make that the narrative. What does Trump need to do better? What does his campaign need to do better here in the stretch run of a month and a half?
Trump's just got to focus on being Trump and laying out his plan as simply as possible for people to understand it. He has a unique way of talking, but that's all he's got to do. This Mark Robinson thing, look, I don't know what happened. From what I'm seeing, it's all allegations right now. And I said this yesterday, I found it kind of odd, right? Listen, I'm not into porn. I don't watch it. I think it's an industry that revolves around depravity and degeneracy. I think it's disgusting. I don't think anybody should watch it. I think it's in many cases worse than drugs. Now, if Mark Robinson did something regarding that industry, watching or whatever, listen, that's for him to handle. Whatever. 20 years ago, he made statements. It is what it is. I find it odd, though, that now the left has a problem with porn, but not when it shows up in a middle school library, right? They don't have an issue when it shows up there, the book Gender Queer. They have an issue when a black gubernatorial candidate in North Carolina may have a connection to something revolving around porn in something that happened 20 years ago. I find it kind of strange. They loved porn up until yesterday. Now they hate it. It's doublethink. I watched, I read 1984 over the last couple of weeks. It's doublethink. This is what they do. They hold two simultaneous thoughts at the same time that directly contradict with one another. 2 + 2 is 4, but it's also 5 if the party tells me that it's 5. This is what they do. Donald Trump has just got to stay laser focused on winning this race, right? He's got to stay laser focused on Pennsylvania. That's the key to the White House, North Carolina, and Georgia. As long as he can do that, he'll be okay. The left is going to try and throw distraction after distraction at him because they don't want to talk about the fact that Kamala Harris's best friend Diddy is now on suicide watch. And the last time one of the Democrats' best friends was on suicide watch in jail, he quote unquote killed himself, which means they weren't watching when he committed suicide, right? You see the air quotes. That's what he's got to do. He has to stay focused, right, on winning the election. That's it. I don't care about all these other stories, or they're just distractions. Focus on doing what you did in 2016 to win the election. There's a lot of parallels between 2016 and this, including, by the way, the fact that Hillary Clinton, the spelling bee champ, is saying that she's advising Kamala Harris on how to beat Donald Trump, even though she didn't beat Donald Trump. And my favorite is these windbags on X, right? You go, well, she won the popular vote in 2016. I go, okay, great. Thank you for telling me you're dumb as a doorknob. Who won the election? Yeah. They don't want to answer that. Right. Well, it was the Russians. Oh, okay. So are we denying the results of it? You see what I'm saying? It's doublethink. These people have nothing. They have nothing. A flamingo literally has more legs to stand on than any liberal on social media. It's unbelievable.
Want to get your thoughts on what happened yesterday. Ro Khanna, a very sensible, free speech, moderate Democrat, was sparring with Brendan Carr of the FCC. And this is all falling back to the ABC debate, which was an absolute unmitigated disaster for ABC, specifically David Muir. And the push to revoke ABC's license by the FCC. My assumption is that this goes nowhere. But where should this go? Because there's still a lot of people that want answers as to what ABC did allegedly or what Kamala Harris knew on the receiving end before this allegedly. Your thoughts on this, because this has not gone away and they were battling on the Hill a couple of days ago.
Well, ABC, obviously, I don't know if there was collusion between the Harris campaign and ABC. I don't think we can prove that. What we can prove, right, is that David Muir, or Manure, I call him David Manure, okay, because he's a steaming hot pile of sugar honey iced tea. You know what I'm talking about?
Sugar honey iced tea.
The David Muir and Lindsay Davis only fact-checked one side. Now, the left will say, well, that's because only one side was lying. Really? Let's just start with something easy. There are no troops deployed in combat zones. Lie. We know that's a lie.
3,500.
We could a lie. Donald Trump wrote Project 2025. Lie. Donald Trump would sign an abortion ban. Lie. Okay. What would you do to lower prices? Well, I grew up a middle class kid. Are you going to answer the question? I mean, come on. So we watched as the Fine People hoax. That was the most obvious one. We watched as Kamala Harris repeated lie after lie after lie on the debate stage and received zero pushback. We watched as Donald Trump stated his policy, stated things. Look, you want to talk about the cats and the dogs. Can we prove it? Can we not prove it? But they only pushed back on one side. That was not a fairly moderated debate. I'm not saying it was rigged. I'm not saying I have, irrefutable proof that Kamala had the answers or the questions and had some sort of knowledge of what was going to be asked, because I can't prove that. What I can prove is what I saw with my own two eyes. They only fact-checked one side, and it's not just because only one side was lying. We literally just talked about 3 or 4 lies that Kamala Harris told on the debate stage, and it was just allowed to exist. Then we hear that Muir and Davis were so upset about what happened in the CNN debate, and it wasn't that nobody was fact-checked. It was that Donald Trump obliterated Joe Biden, that they didn't want it to happen again, not on their watch. I don't think this revocation of ABC's broadcasting license is going to go anywhere. But I think it's good for Americans to have the discussion. Is that the type of presidential debate you want in the future? Do you really only want one side to get pushback and another side to skate and be able to say anything? And I think most reasonable Americans would say, no, we don't want that. We want a fair debate, because we want to be able to, in 47 days, make a well-educated, fairly educated decision on who to vote for, not a decision that has been shaped and framed by the mainstream media.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. Speaking of the media, I got to get your thoughts on this. Axios, of all places, shared yesterday the amount of interviews that both tickets have done combined and individually since July 21st. And this is staggering. J.D. Vance has done 59 interviews. He's basically spoken to everybody on the planet. Donald Trump has done 14. Tim Walz has done 4, and Kamala Harris has done 3. If that doesn't show you the lack of visibility and transparency of one ticket and the fearless nature of the other one, specifically J.D. Vance, I mean, he's done like 5 interviews alone with Dana Bash. Your thoughts on just the disparity between who's out there making their case and who's just trying to get to the finish line undetected?
Okay, here's the point that I've been making about this situation all the time. You see the hat that I'm wearing? It's a Jets hat. I don't normally wear it because they don't normally win. However, yesterday they beat the New England Patriots. Okay, I'm proud of them right now because they won. So I'm showing off that I'm a Jets fan because I'm proud of them in the moment. In 3 weeks, I'm probably not going to be proud of them. But right now, I'm proud of them. Okay? Yep. Back to the MAGA hat, which you're apparently not allowed to wear into the Arizona Cardinals Stadium, which is another whole situation. Did you hear about that? They told the woman to throw it in the garbage.
Yes.
And she complied with it. And I'm like, if that was me and they told me that, I would have stapled it to my head and said, you take the hat off. Let's go. Let's go meet with security now and tell me we're in policy so I can't wear what if I showed up with one of those bull, Harris Walls camel hat with the orange? You would tell me to take that? I don't think so. Mm-hmm. But when you're proud of something, like the Jets, who I'm not often proud of, but right now I am. It's only 3 weeks in. We have a winning record. That's a nice thing, right? We're gonna live in the moment right now. You show it off. When you're not proud of something, a la when the Jets lose, the hat goes back on the wall. It hangs there. I know I'm a Jets fan, but I'm certainly not proud of their performance most of the time. So we don't boast about that. If you were proud of this new way forward, hopey, changey, first woman of color candidate, you would be making her available to everybody. When you're the parent of an honor roll student, you put the bumper sticker on your car. When your kid gets a good test score, you hang it on the fridge. You don't hang, if your kid bombs a test, you don't hang that on the fridge because you're not proud of it. You want to move on. Mm-hmm. They're not proud of this. What did we watch last night with Oprah? All jokes aside, what was that? I mean, I made a joke. It's the first time Oprah's been exposed to salad. It might have been, but I mean, this was like just a mess. This woman is not intelligent. Okay. So that is who she is. We know that. If she was capable of more, they would let her do more. She's not capable of more. And everyone goes, well, she's campaigning. She doesn't have the time. Well, how does J.D. Vance and Donald Trump have the time? Mm-hmm. Someone's got to answer that question for me. If she doesn't have the time, she's not capable and her handlers are not proud of her. That's how you look at it. If you're proud of something, you show it off. If you have something to hide, you hide it. If you have nothing to hide, you hide nothing. They're hiding her because they're not proud of who she really is. They're not proud of her Marxist past. They're not proud of her Marxist beliefs because they want to win an election. They are Marxist. They love it, but they don't want the American people to see it. And they're not proud about how dumb and incapable and incompetent she is off script, and that's why they're hiding her.
It really is remarkable. She's had a 92% turnover rate with her staff, and there was multiple times in the first and only term for Biden where they were trying to get her off the ticket and replace her because they thought she was dragging down the party, and then they get forced to swap out Joe, and the best they can come up with is the person they really don't want and the one they don't want to showcase. It is really wild, and people will take the bait. Your final thoughts here. Last question. I thought this was interesting. It's a local story for California, but usually what starts on the West Coast works its way east when it comes to left-wing lunacy. California Governor Gavin Newsom coming out, signing a bill saying basically that social media companies have the ability to get rid of you, deplatform you, and you could face criminal or civil charges in the state of California if you use a meme or if you use AI during an election season that is obviously inauthentic. Point in case, prime example, Elon Musk used an AI video that he retweeted of Kamala Harris. It was a total parody bit. You could realize it like 8 seconds into the 2-minute video. Your thoughts on what that really means for free speech in the digital social media space?
Well, it tramples free speech. And you know what? Gavin Newsom has precedent because they put Douglas Mackey in jail because he put up a meme that was mean to Hillary Clinton, right? So this has already happened once, and that was in New York. So it's already been on the East Coast. This is what they want to do. They want to criminalize satire. Could you imagine that? You can't joke anymore. Babylon Bee, they're criminals, right?
Yeah.
The Onion, also apparently criminals, right? Who just said something reprehensible a couple of weeks ago is, oh, yeah, people don't leave Trump rallies. They pull them out in body bags. I'm sure the family of Corey Comparator appreciated that one. I mean, a little bit of class would be okay. You know, you don't have to be a total animal when you're being a satirist either. Mm-hmm. But I mean, Weird Al, people who make parodies of music. You can't be a satirist. You can't be a comic. You can't have fun online anymore because you might offend Gavin Newsom and he might want to put you in jail. Are we kidding? That's how insecure these people are. They are so insecure and so afraid that they're going to be mocked into oblivion, and it's going to drain their political bank account. You know, their political capital is going to be shot because they're going to be mocked into oblivion, that they have to make the mockery illegal. They have to criminalize that type of behavior. It is a complete and total infringement of the First Amendment. It's got to be challenged immediately. If you're going to make memes and jokes and satire illegal on the internet, first of all, Section 230, I think there's a whole thing in there that that the content can exist and the social media platforms can exist and do their own thing. Now, all of a sudden, you want to have oversight of that? It blows my mind, but it doesn't. This is what they do. It's like the thought police. This is what they do. This is how these people act. This is how insecure they are. They are afraid of being the butt of a joke. They believe they're above that. They believe you can't joke about Gavin Newsom or Nancy Pelosi or Kamala Harris or Hillary Clinton. And if you do, it's a crime. That's the only way they can stay safe at night, is if they criminalize anything they don't like. It's complete and total tyranny. Who's the dictator here? Literally, who is the dictator here? Here's Gavin Newsom saying, oh, X, you're a social media company. If somebody on your platform does that, we're going to hold you and we're going to hold them legally accountable for posting satire. Give me a break. This is straight out of the playbook of any tin pot dictator that we've ever seen around the world in the history of humanity. And yet they're doing it in California, and they've done it already in New York to Douglas Mackey. But Donald Trump is going to be a dictator, and we have to fear for ourselves. Give me a break. Are we going to start jailing people because they made we're going to jail Alec Baldwin because they made Donald Trump look bad on SNL? He didn't even go to jail for shooting somebody in the chest. Okay, this is out of control. This is a complete and total infringement of the First Amendment. And anybody who is standing in favor of this, they ought to be ashamed of themselves, because it's going to impact you too. You have to understand that it's going to impact you as well. When the shoe is on the other foot, it ain't no fun when the rabbit's got the gun. Don't put yourself in that position, and just understand that what they're doing is inherently dangerous to free speech for everybody, not just for conservatives or people who post memes, but for everybody.
Sean Farish, firing on all cylinders as always. Great stuff, buddy. Thank you very much.
Hey, thanks, guys. The president was in rare form this morning.
He was
in the campaign now. I don't know what he took this morning, but he took something.
I don't know what the Jets took last night either, but it worked. Enjoy the victory, pal.
Keep taking it. Whatever you're taking, keep taking it. Thanks, guys.
We'll see. There he is, Sean Ferris.
Let's go, Harry.
Yeah, let's go, Harry. Come on, Harry. It's time to wake up.
By the way, we'll have an announcement soon, very soon, about the next debate. The next debate. There's not going to be another debate on one of the major networks. We can almost guarantee that, at least for the presidential debate. But here on Kayal and Company, we will have the presidential debate. And there will probably be a studio audience.
Okay. Looking forward to that. More details to come.
Yes.
All right. We have Dawn's Big Three. We also have to get to the Zach Bryan apology tour. And right now, we have our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We do it my way. Not your way, my way. Your way got you here. And you're here because you're lost. Right now, you're losers. Mustangs are winners. And if you accept this challenge, when it's all over, come December, you're gonna be winners.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Oh, I know that voice. I remember that movie. Do you remember it? And do you smell what is cooking? If you do, call her 855-839-1210. You will get a pair of tickets to the Big Laughs Comedy Tour with Taylor Mason coming up on September 27th at the Zlock Performing Arts Center on the campus of Bucks County Community College. Call our 855-839-1210. Our winner, a Big Three. And Zach, you did nothing wrong. And I say, you know what? The hell with the Swifties.
Oh, wait. And we have Nancy Mason versus Michael Eric Dyson.
Yes.
This is a must-hear.
Yes. Nancy bringing out the receipts on the Hill. Back after this.
Need new doors and windows, but not high-pressure sales tactics?
If so, give Emmons a call today. At Emmons, we provide top-notch installation service with a focus on quality and customer satisfaction with brands like Anderson and Provia Windows and Doors.
And you can upgrade your home today with our energy-efficient options, which help save you money.
Call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter. Locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Does he love me? What's he thinking? Is he cheating on me?
If love has you guessing, Spirit Now's trusted psychics have the answers. For over 15 years, we've helped thousands find their true path in love. Whether it's your current partner, an ex, or finding your soulmate, our gifted advisors offer clarity and guidance. We'll ease your worries and show you the way forward. With Spirit Now, you can find the comfort and joy you deserve. Wondering if true love is out there? Feeling lost? Our compassionate psychics are ready to listen and guide you. Discover what love has in store. Take advantage of our special offer today. Your first reading is just $1 a minute. Visit spiritnow.com or call 888-809-1444. That's 888-809-1444.
The guidance I got really changed everything for me.
Your first reading is just $1 a minute. Visit spiritnow.com or call 888-809-1444. Your true path in love starts with Spirit Now. Call 888-809-1444.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we are having two fabulous back-to-school specials. The 2024 S60 front-wheel drive sedan and the exciting electric C40 each can be leased for 36 months for $300 $369. Do It Inception would be a down payment and taxes and registration fees, but in New Jersey, the C40 has no tax. The $369 is an incredible payment on each of these Cherry Hill Volvos. Visit Cherry Hill Volvo. Our team would be honored to partner with you.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. So you know the Grand Hotel in Cape May, New Jersey is my happy place. We do our live broadcast there. In fact, we're going to be back on October 11th, and we all hang out together. It's a great time, enjoying each other's company. Well, now there is a special code just for you. That's right. Fans of the show can use the promo code Zioli and save 25% off when booking a midweek stay from now until the end of the year, December 31st. There's no minimum stay required. You just simply put in Zioli in the promo code and save 25%. If you haven't been to the Grand Hotel yet, I highly recommend you book your stay today and enjoy this full-service resort. Remember to always book direct with them to get the best rates. Call 800-257-8550, 800-257-8550, or grandhotelcapemay.com. Put in my name, Zioli, Z-E-O-L-I, and you will save 25% when booking a midweek stay, and there's no minimum stay required. You can't combine this with any other offer, but it's so worth it because the Grand Hotel is my happy place, grandhotelcapemay.com.
Weather can be unpredictable nowadays, but your local news station on the free Odyssey app has got you covered. Whether you need an umbrella, windbreaker, or an extra layer, or two, we'll let you know. Download the free Odyssey app and search for your local news station to listen on your smartphone or ask your smart speaker to play it before you head out the door. Download the free Odyssey app and search for your local news station. That's AUDACY.
Warning, the following ZipRecruiter radio spot you are about to hear is going to be filled with F words.
When you're hiring, we at ZipRecruiter know you can feel frustrated, forlorn even, like your efforts are futile, and you can spend a fortune trying to find fabulous people, only to get flooded with candidates who are just fine. Fortunately, ZipRecruiter figured out how to fix all of that. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, you can forget your frustrations because we find the right people for your roles fast, which is our absolute favorite F word. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day.
Fantastic.
So, whether you need to hire 4, 40, or 400 people, get ready to meet first-rate talent. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. Don't forget, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Finally, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
40 days to lose up to 40 plus pounds with NJ Diet. It only takes 40 days to lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds. NJ Diet uses your hair, saliva, and blood work to personalize supplements that will target your hormonal imbalances so you can lose that weight. Then NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep it off. Call Dr. T, 855-5-NJ-DIET, or go to njdiet.com. 40 days up to 40 pounds, 40 days up to 40 pounds, NJ Diet.
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I can buy those properties, and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call. You can also visit EasyOutRealEstate.com. Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus from Investor Schooling. Did you know I have a radio show every Saturday from 1 to 3? It's called The Larry Steinhaus Show, and it's sponsored by Investor Schooling. On this show, you will learn things about finances and things about money that you never knew before. But even more of a reason to listen to this show is how much fun we have. If you haven't heard the banter between me, Omri, and Dr. Deb, you haven't heard the greatest show on earth. Listen to this show this Saturday at 1 o'clock right here on WPHT, and I promise you will learn something.
Free speech lives here with Kayal Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
(9:31) Kayal Company, Friday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Still ahead this morning. What's on tap for the Dawn Show? What occurred today in music history? Your voicemails. And what's on the cut sheet part 2. Get to the Zach Bryan story here in a moment. Apology culture rears its ugly head once again, but Jeannie is in Aston, and Jeannie has identified the movie this morning. Jeannie, what clip did we just play for you, dear?
Good morning. That was Gridiron Gang.
Yeah,
correct. One of Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson's early movies in Hollywood. Congratulations, Jeannie. You've got the Big Laughs comedy tickets for Taylor Mason.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeannie. There she is.
Wow,
Yeah. The Rock and who else was in that movie? Exhibit, I believe.
Oh,
Was.
boy.
Yeah. One-hit wonder.
There's a name we haven't heard.
Yeah. Well, he only had one good song, and then you get a movie, you ride your little 15 minutes, and then you check out. Zach Bryan, I think, probably has more than 15 minutes of fame, but I got to tell you, as somebody who likes his music, very disappointed that he caved, not to cancel culture so much, but this apology culture that we live in now, as he had to delete his X account after a Taylor Swift tweet where he comes out and says, don't drink and tweet. It's not good, right? Okay. So what is the tweet in question that led to all the backlash and pushback where he felt the need to apologize and then cancel himself? He posted the following, and I quote on Twitter this week: Eagles greater than Chiefs.
Yes.
Kanye greater than Taylor.
Uh-oh.
Who's with me?
Uh-oh.
Right here. Me, sir. I'm with you. Eagles greater than Chiefs, even though the Chiefs beat the Eagles in the Super Bowl, but I'll still ride and die with my squad. And Kanye West, even though he's a nutbag, I would argue his music better than Taylor Swift's, although neither are really in my wheelhouse. For some reason, that led to him deleting the tweet, apologizing, saying he was tweeting while he was drunk. He's working on his boozing issues.
Oh, come on.
And I can imagine what the comments are like. But again, comments shouldn't lead to policy, or comments shouldn't lead to action in a free speech believer's world, which I am of that belief. But let me just reiterate the tweet again. Eagles greater sign than Chiefs. Kanye greater sign than Taylor. Who's with me?
Not right.
Who finds that remotely offensive? Well, I know who does, but honestly.
The cult that is Taylor Swift's fans.
Uh-oh.
It's unbelievable.
Dude, seriously. This is actually far worse than what I just highlighted in the second half of the Big Take yesterday about free speech and comedy, how the left is killing free speech and hilarity. Will Ferrell coming out. And by the way, this story is according to Variety, which is also the outlet that had the story about Will Ferrell saying, you know what? Looking back on it 30 years ago, I wouldn't imitate Janet Reno and dress up like a woman because it's offensive to people today. Seriously, can we find our testicles and return them to our scrotums? I mean, this whole world of like,
you have to get so Dawn's right. You have to get so graphic.
Right.
Yeah,
as Jimmy Fallon would say,
it burns his old droopy nuts.
Exactly. I mean, come on.
Here's a little Zach Bryan when he had some BALLS. I can't believe he apologized.
Around this table, boy.
Oh, so good. If this doesn't hit you in all the feels,
Bring your shame, I'll lose my voice.
You're not American.
Screaming at the gods about the bad we've done.
Come on, yeah. Come on, it's Friday. Let's do this.
Said Mama tried, but the prison still won. Your transgressions are mine as well.
Come on, let's just get to the chorus. We can do this.
Anger grows in my bones if you could not tell. But I'll find comfort in company.
Yeah.
Lord, forgive us, my boys and me.
The entire link for 2 days.
We're having an all-night revival. Some will call the women and some will steal the Bible. For save my survival.
Yeah. Come on.
Baptize me in a bottle of beer for Johnny on the vinyl.
Yeah, buddy. Sorry.
It's amazing, just to wrap it up with this comment and this conversation, is more people are bothered by words on social media than actions in real life. Point being, more people are triggered over that post by Zach Bryan then are triggered over the fact that Morgan Wallen one night in Nashville is drunk on top of his rooftop bar, decides to throw a chair off the balcony down to people on Broadway that could have hit and killed people and fractured skulls and broken faces. More people bothered by words on social media than criminal acts in society. That is what's wrong with our culture.
Amen.
All right, let's get to what's on the cut sheet, part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. All right, I want to get to this. Congresswoman Nancy Mace yesterday officially entered into the congressional record her text message from Michael Eric Dyson. If you guys remember, they were on a panel together a couple weeks ago, and he basically accused her of being a racist because of mispronouncing Kamala's name or something.
Kamala.
Whatever it is.
Kamala.
This whole notion that if you mispronounce her name, it's just ridiculous. So he basically called her a racist, okay? Apparently, afterwards, they took a picture together and was sending her like creepy messages like, hey, baby, we look good together. He didn't say, hey, baby, but, just gross things. Yep. I want to start with her, which is amazing that she did this. And then I want to go to his response. Phil, start with cut 9, if you will. Go.
I would like to also enter into the record a screenshot of a text message I received from the esteemed professor from Vanderbilt, Michael Eric Dyson, after my CNN interview, begged me for photos. In this text, he says, after calling me racist on CNN, shh, don't tell anybody, we look good together, and sent me a kissy emoji.
Without
Then the guy says I'm gorgeous in all these photos. I don't think he's that bent out of shape on how anyone pronounces Kamala. And if we're going to have that standard, you got to hold it to both sides, not just one or the other.
Oh my God.
So she enters that into evidence, and she just also entered herself into the Hall of Fame by pulling out the receipts and body bagging that loser.
All right, let me ask Dawn Stenslin. Creepy? Is that creepy?
Yeah.
Like, don't we look good together with a kissy face emoji?
Yeah.
That was creepy. But it was great. It was perfect.
Yeah.
Gave her the perfect prop.
Creepy, yes, but like think about the temerity that takes after you call someone publicly on television a racist.
Yeah.
Like, now you want to text me privately?
Well, it shows that he's like kind of a stalker.
So Michael Eric Dyson, who, by the way, I think is local here in Philadelphia, he responded to this on his Instagram or tweets or whatever. I was going to say the word Dawn said a couple of weeks ago. But by the way, does himself no favors with this explanation. Cut 16, Phil, go.
So I sent her, and she said, great pic. And I said, shh, don't tell anybody, we look good together, with a laughing face and a kissy face. And my point was, shh, don't tell anybody, because we are bipolar opposites. You're on one side of the spectrum, and I'm on the other side of the spectrum. And she said, ha, 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 ha. And I said, well, your gorgeousness makes the photo, so there's that. And a little smiley face. Again, I'm just saying that trying to be nice to her in the belief and the effort that if I'm nice to her and I prove that we don't have any bitter consequences from our fracas on television, that we can be relatively kind to each other, and I'm being nice to her. There's no hitting on you. I said, by the way, I've spoken twice at the Citadel. She said, oh, that's awesome, and sent 3 American flags, and I hit the exclamation point. She put a heart on the, well, your gorgeousness makes the photo, so there's that. Then she removed the heart two days later because she knew she was up to some mayhem.
Well, if you're trying to be nice to somebody, and why would you call her a racist? See, this is what you've probably heard me say this a million times. We are way too cavalier in this country with labeling people as racist. I'm sorry, if somebody ever calls me a racist, the last thing you better do afterwards is text me privately. It's not going to go well for you. So I don't blame Nancy Mace for calling him out. And by the way, dude, she's way out of your league. You've got no shot. I don't care how many hearts and emojis you throw in there.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to realize, where you are in life and, some things that are just out of your reach.
Dawn, the back and forth, your thoughts? I'm dying to hear what you have to think about this.
Yeah, she took a long time to remove that heart. So she,
she removed it. I didn't know that. Okay.
So I don't know what's going on. Maybe she just hearted it and thought it was a compliment and then read over the whole thing and thought, ooh, that was creepy. I have no idea. But I think in this one, the bottom line is when she showed everything, she calls him out and makes him look frivolous. Let's just say that because, dude, your ulterior motive is you're basically saying that she's hot, and so you want to have a back and forth with her, and so it negates all of his other stuff that he's accusing her of whatever.
Yeah, and she looked great, by the way, in that suit she was wearing as she presented that evidence.
Looking good is her greatest revenge.
Now you sound creepy.
No, I'm not going to text her. I'm just going to say it on the radio like she's hot.
I don't think the point was that he was hitting on her. I think the point was that after he called her a racist, you know, he's
right
flirt tweeting with her.
Right.
He doesn't really think she's a racist.
Of course not.
Right?
Nobody
So
does. For
he was trying to
mispronouncing.
get
It's ridiculous.
He was trying to get her attention.
Yeah, baby.
That's all.
Nancy Mace would. Remember the story? She had to get to church. There's a big sermon coming up, honey. I know. We don't have time. Well, we have time for a spelling bee, but we don't have time for that. See, that's the difference right there. I never got to the story of how the brain is examined by neuroscientists on the difference between conservative brains and liberal brains. Right there's your difference right there.
Yep.
Nancy Mace is in bed and with her husband or boyfriend, and they're not doing spelling bees. Bill Clinton and Hillary are in bed together, and they're playing Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. That's the difference right there. And I didn't have to do any scientific study.
You got a little tongue-tied after you were looking at those pictures of Nancy Mace.
Phil, you want to throw the Mace back up on the screen, leave her in box 4 for a little bit?
We have to break.
All right. Well, we can still get her in box 4. She belongs in. I'm going to have a top GOP female power rankings list, and whoever's at the top of the list each week gets box 4 for the whole week. I mean, if Linda Kearns can get the playlist, and Nancy Mace can get box 4.
Chris Donahue says, at least Nick is genuinely creepy.
That's correct. I don't try to hide it. Shoot or shoot. All right, we'll come back, and we'll find out what was left on the voicemail machine. It's Kayal and Company. Final moments coming up.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Warning, the following ZipRecruiter radio spot you are about to hear is going to be filled with F words.
When you're hiring, we at ZipRecruiter know you can feel frustrated, forlorn even, like your efforts are futile, and you can spend a fortune trying to find fabulous people, only to get flooded with candidates who are just fine. Fortunately, ZipRecruiter figured out how to fix all of that. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, you can forget your frustrations because we find the right people for your roles fast, which is our absolute favorite F word. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day.
Fantastic.
So, whether you need to hire 4, 40, or 400 people, get ready to meet first-rate talent. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. Don't forget, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Finally, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Honey, is our car still under warranty?
No, not anymore.
My sister just got an extended service plan from Ox Car Care.
Ox Car Care?
Yeah, Ox will cover our repair bills if anything happens to our car, new brakes, a transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance.
Wait a minute, we pay nothing on the repairs? Ox gets it fixed for us? Free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance? What's the number?
800-224-8517. Ox has a 30-day money-back guarantee and an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike other warranty companies. We should call now, 800-224-8517.
The last thing we need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now.
Call Ox Car Care for your free quote. 800-224-8517. Ask about senior and military discounts.
Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care, 800-224-8517, or go to oxcarcare.com.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Rhea. Fall is upon us, and now is the perfect time to head over to Lexus of Cherry Hill for the L-Certified Fall Collection Sales Event. It's much nicer than pumpkin spice. They have over 300 new and L-Certified pre-owned Lexus to choose from. Shop great deals and save with special finance rates on L-Certified Lexus vehicles now through November 4th. Stop and see my friend Tony Labello and his team, or visit online at lexusofcherryhill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-688-6641. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, welcome back. Kayal and Company, 9:49. It is a Friday morning. We will find out what is on tap for the Dawn Show shortly, and also what occurred today in music history. But before that,
our Eagles.
That's right. I forgot.
We have a lot to get in here.
All right, let's get to the voicemails.
All right, let's do this. Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Come, come along, come along, come along, come along, la. Come along, come along, come along, come along, come along, la, la. Come along, come along, come along, come along, la. Come along, come along, come along, come along, come along, la, la. Come along, 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 la. Come along, come along, come along, come along, come along, la, la. Come along.
Oh boy.
Sheep lows.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
That's not nice.
Show me the lie.
I mean, I think he meant her political
policy.
Yeah, it's open for interpretation. Sure. Yeah.
One of the largest cover-ups that has occurred in this nation, and that is the crime statistics. The Department of Justice made the reporting process so onerous, so difficult, that 6,000 police departments have not submitted crime statistics. It's easy to drop for crime statistics to drop when 6,000 police departments aren't reporting their crimes.
That is correct. Violent crimes are up 62%. 2%. And oh, by the way, the theft off the charts because you can steal whatever you want and employees are basically told to just let you take the product.
Price presents Real Babes of News.
Uh-oh.
Today we salute you, Don Stensland.
No, here we go.
Uh-oh.
You wake up every morning prepared to give the listeners the information you have sourced locally and from across the globe. Like a ray of sunshine, you sit there perfectly centered in the YouTube cam. Not sure of which Twitter X profile to use. Is it at Don Stensland? At Don Stensland Menti? You don't know, so you utilize both. Oh, slightly indecisive! Perfectly primed, you sit there despite the camera glare and deliver our daily dose of news and information. Which is why every morning the listeners of Kayal and Company tune in to 1210 a.m.
Wow.
Because she's the headline hottie!
Wow!
Why, thank you.
Man.
Headline hottie.
Headline hottie. Man. Newman Price is the best.
The best.
He is the best.
So Monday at 6:05, after I get done teasing what we're going to talk about, and I say, round number 1 of the news, let's go to the headline hottie. Don, will you throw something through the window at me?
No.
All right.
Never.
There we go. Is that it?
That's it, buddy.
All right. Nice work out of everybody. We've got singers, we've got impersonators, and all sorts of good stuff. All right. Let's get to what occurred today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, September 20th, we celebrate the birthdays of Ben Shepherd, bassist for Soundgarden, who's now 56, Matthew and Gunnar Nelson, who's now 57, Nuno Betancourt from Extreme, who's now 58, and Alana Curry from the Thompson Twins, who's now 67. We also lost Tommy DeVito from the Four Seasons on this day in 2020, and Jim Croce in 1973. Singles include Peggy Sue by Buddy Holly in 57, Alive and Kicking by Simple Minds in 85, and Life is a Highway by the guy who did it first, Tom Cochrane, in 1991. Albums include Under the Table and Dreaming by Dave Matthews in 94, Have a Nice Day by Bon Jovi in 2005, 4 by Huey Lewis and the News in 86, and Ozzy released Blizzard of Oz in the UK on this day in 80. Also in 72, Paul McCartney is arrested for growing marijuana in his farm in Scotland. In 2004, Billy Joel got a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. In 75, the song Fame gives David Bowie his first #1 in the U.S., and in 69, John Lennon told the other Beatles he was leaving the band. But lastly, on this day in 2000, the game Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2 is released, featuring a mix of punk, metal, and hip-hop songs, including Bad Religion's You and the Anthrax Public Enemy mix, Bring the Noise. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Opquist.
A lot of Anthrax this week out of Philip. Nice work, Phil. All right, we'll get to what's on tap for the Dawn Show in a moment, but let's make our predictions. Eagles and the Saints.
Yep.
I see New Orleans -2.5, the over-under 49.5. Whatever's going to play out, it'll be the opposite of what I say. I'm 0-2. I picked the Eagles to beat the Packers. I picked the Eagles to lose to the Packers. They beat them. I picked them to beat the Falcons. They lost. What is this? Some wonky sports talk show?
So sorry.
Let's play some NFL theme music. I have the Saints winning 27-23.
I will take the Eagles 27, the Saints 21. I have them winning by a touchdown.
I have the Eagles winning 21-14. So
Wow.
the Eagles win it.
Nice.
Okay.
We're
like
the
it.
underdog in this one.
Yes, we are.
Yes, we are.
Yep.
All right, what do we have lined up at the top of the hour, Don Stensland?
So at the top of the hour, I'm going to update you as Israeli forces carrying out a targeted strike on the Lebanese capital of Beirut. That's after Hezbollah launched more than 100 rockets into Israel. So this is the latest there. So we're going to zoom in and we're going to talk to Jeff Bartos here from Pennsylvania. He attended that big rally in Washington, D.C. So you'll hear what Trump had to say, courting the Jewish vote, obviously, but we'll talk about Pennsylvania's efforts and try to zoom in there with a little help from Jeff. I want to point out to you that we're going to get an update on a highly embattled local school district, North Penn. Heated, passionate meeting last night. So we'll talk about to a local mom about what's going on there as far as athletes and, the rights of protecting the rights of girls.
Okay.
There, and as well update you. That's the school district where, remember, an alleged transfer student struck a 12-year-old little girl
in the back of the head,
split her head open, and that sort of thing. So they've been in battle. So we'll get an update and figure out what's going on there.
Yeah, it's just about 10 minutes north of me. All right, that'll do it for us. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is up next. Enjoy your Friday night. Enjoy your weekend. We're back Monday morning at 6, and as Donald Trump would say,
Harry, get your fat ass out of the couch. You're going to vote for Trump today, Harry.
At the next Crash Proof event, you will learn how our proprietary Crash Proof retirement system includes inflation fighters that can increase your income